If you don't subscribe to the channel, all the stories will happen to you. Get ready for the nightmare. The night began like any other, but it didn't take long for a palpable sense of unease to settle in. Michael, the protagonist, arrived in a small coastal town on a foggy afternoon, looking for a temporary escape from his chaotic life. As he stepped into the old hotel, the air felt heavy, charged with a strange energy, as if the building itself held long-buried secrets. The hotel, named the Seaview Inn, stood at the edge of town, its once grand exterior now showing the weight of time and neglect. The faded letters of its sign creaked in the breeze, and the smell of salt water hung in the air. Michael was drawn to this place not for its charm, but because it seemed forgotten, much like he felt in his own life. He was going through a particularly dark period, recently out of a long-term relationship, struggling with work, and feeling increasingly isolated from the world around him. The quiet town and the eerie isolation of the Seaview Inn seemed like exactly what he needed. As he approached the front desk, the receptionist greeted him with a forced smile. She was an elderly woman, thin and fragile-looking, with skin that seemed almost translucent under the dim lighting. Her voice cracked slightly as she handed him the room key, labeled simply with the number 13. "Room 13?" Michael asked, raising an eyebrow. "Isn't that usually considered unlucky?" The woman gave a small, knowing smile. "It's just a number, dear. We don't get many visitors this time of year. You'll have the place almost to yourself." Her words lingered in the air as Michael made his way to the room, located at the far end of the second floor. The hallways were dimly lit, the light bulbs flickering slightly as if they were struggling to stay alive. Old paintings lined the walls, each one more faded and eerie than the last. Scenes of the sea, but none of them peaceful. The waves were always tumultuous, the skies dark, and in some, shadowy figures seemed to lurk in the background. The door to room 13 groaned as Michael pushed it open. Inside, the room was surprisingly well kept compared to the rest of the hotel. A large, old-fashioned bed dominated the center of the room, draped with a burgundy quilt. Heavy curtains framed a single window, though outside, the fog was so thick he could barely make out the silhouette of the ocean in the distance. The room had a musty smell, like it hadn't been aired out in years, but otherwise, it seemed normal enough. Michael dropped his bag by the door and sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his temples. The weight of the past few months was starting to catch up with him. He wasn't just here for a break. He was running from his ex, from his job, from everything. As night fell, the silence of the hotel became more pronounced. Michael noticed there was no hum of conversation, no distant clatter of dishes from the dining area. It was as though the hotel had been swallowed by a void. It wasn't long before the creeping sense of isolation began to give way to something else, an undercurrent of dread. The first sign came when Michael tried to settle in for the night. Lying on the bed, he heard what sounded like a faint scratching, as if something or someone was brushing against the walls. He sat up, straining to listen, but the noise stopped just as quickly as it had started. He shook his head, brushing it off as his imagination playing tricks on him. But then came the whispers, low, unintelligible murmurs that seemed to rise from the very walls of the room. Michael shot up from the bed, his pulse quickening. The sound was soft, like distant voices carrying on a breeze, but unmistakable. He looked around, expecting to see someone in the room with him, but he was alone. Stepping towards the window, he pulled back the heavy curtain, only to be greeted by his own reflection in the glass. The fog outside had thickened, pressing against the window like a living thing. He could hear the distant crash of the waves, but they too seemed different, unnatural, as if the ocean itself was angry. Michael paced the room, trying to shake off the growing sense of paranoia. He turned on the television in hopes of drowning out the eerie quiet, but every channel was static. The remote felt cold in his hand, colder than it should have been. He dropped it, startled, as the screen flickered to life on its own. For a brief moment, an image flashed across the screen, a dark figure standing in the corner of the room, unmoving. His breath caught in his throat, and he spun around, half expecting to see someone standing behind him. But the room was empty, just as it had been when he arrived. The figure had been there, though. He was sure of it. It was no trick of the light. He backed towards the door, hand reaching for the knob. Maybe this place wasn't the quiet escape he had been hoping for. Just as his fingers brushed the cold metal, the sound of a door slamming echoed down the hallway. Michael froze, heart pounding in his chest. The sound was loud, as if it had come from just outside his room. Gathering his courage, Michael opened the door and peered down the dimly lit corridor. The hallway was empty. No other doors were open, and the flickering lights only deepened the unsettling atmosphere. Still, he stepped out, drawn to the source of the sound. His footsteps echoed unnaturally loud against the hardwood floors. As he made his way down the hall, the air grew colder. He could feel it now. Something was wrong with this place. His mind raced through possible explanations, but none of them made sense. He found himself standing in front of the door to room 11, where the noise seemed to have originated. Hesitating for a moment, Michael raised his hand to knock, but before he could, the door slowly creaked open on its own. Inside, the room was pitch black, the kind of darkness that seemed to swallow light whole. He leaned in, squinting to see if anyone was inside, but the only thing that greeted him was the faintest whisper, the same unnerving sound he had heard before. "Leave!" Michael stumbled back, his heart pounding in his ears. He didn't wait for a second warning. Rushing back to his room, he slammed the door shut behind him, his hands trembling. This wasn't just a haunted hotel, it was something far worse. As the hours stretched on, Michael could feel the presence growing stronger. Something was watching him, lurking just beyond the edge of his vision. Every shadow in the room seemed to move when he wasn't looking. The walls seemed to close in, as if the hotel itself was alive, and it wanted him gone. And then came the knock on his door. The knock was slow and deliberate, echoing through the silence like a heartbeat. Michael stood frozen in place, his back pressed against the door, his pulse racing. He didn't want to open it. Every instinct in him screamed that whatever was on the other side shouldn't be let in. But the knocking continued, persistent, growing louder with each passing second. Finally, he forced himself to move, inching toward the peephole. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his eye to the cold metal, expecting the worst. But there was no one there. The hallway was empty, just as it had been moments before when he ventured out. The only thing he could see was the dim light flickering ominously at the far end of the corridor. Confused, Michael pulled away from the door, his mind racing. Was he imagining things? Was this some kind of waking nightmare? He needed to leave. Now! Just as he was about to grab his suitcase, the knocking started again. Louder this time, more insistent. But it wasn't coming from the door anymore. This time it was coming from the walls. The sound surrounded him, like something or someone was trapped inside the very structure of the room, desperately trying to get out. The walls seemed to throb with the noise, and as Michael watched in horror, tiny cracks began to appear in the plaster, spiderwebbing out from the center of the room. Dust trickled down from the ceiling, and the floor beneath his feet seemed to vibrate with the force of whatever was behind those walls. In a panic, Michael backed away from the cracking walls, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The whispers returned, but now they were louder, clearer, angrier. "You shouldn't have come here." He turned to the window, hoping for some kind of escape. But when he reached for the curtains to pull them open, he recoiled. The glass was fogged up, but something had been written in the condensation. Slowly, the letters came into focus. "Leave." Michael stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't sure how much more of this he could take. The room felt like it was closing in on him, like the very walls were alive, breathing, waiting for the moment to consume him. But then, just as quickly as it had started, the noise stopped. The knocking, the whispers, all of it ceased. The room fell deathly silent, and the oppressive weight that had been pressing down on Michael lifted, if only slightly. For a moment, Michael stood there, chest heaving, trying to make sense of what was happening. Was it over? Had whatever malevolent force that seemed to be toying with him finally relented? The calm that followed the chaos was almost worse than the noise. It felt like the eye of the storm, a deceptive stillness before the real terror began. And then, the door to the room slowly creaked open on its own. Michael's blood ran cold. He hadn't unlocked it. He hadn't touched it. The door just opened. His suitcase lay forgotten by the bed as he backed away, his gaze fixed on the now open door. The hallway outside was as empty as before, But the darkness seemed deeper now, more oppressive. Michael knew he couldn't stay in that room another minute, but every fiber of his being told him that stepping into the hallway would be even worse. As he stood there, torn between two bad choices, a shadow moved at the far end of the corridor. It was subtle at first, a flicker in the corner of his vision. But then it moved again, this time closer. Michael's breath caught in his throat. The figure, whoever or whatever it was approaching, slowly, deliberately, as if it had all the time in the world. He couldn't make out any features, just a silhouette. Tall, impossibly tall, and unnervingly still except for its slow, purposeful movements. There was something wrong about the way it moved, as if it wasn't walking but gliding across the floor. Michael's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs wouldn't obey. It was like he was rooted to the spot, unable to tear his gaze away from the approaching figure. Closer and closer it came, until it was mere feet from his open door. In the dim light of the hallway, Michael could just make out the edges of a long, dark coat, the vague outline of a face hidden in shadow. And then the figure stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. The figure stood there, motionless, its face still obscured by darkness. Michael could feel his pulse pounding in his ears, each second stretching out into what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, the figure raised a hand. The fingers were long, unnaturally so, and pale as bone. It reached out toward the door, the air around it growing colder with every inch it moved closer. Michael couldn't take it anymore. His survival instincts finally kicked in, and without another thought, he bolted for the door. He sprinted past the figure, not daring to look back, his only focus on reaching the staircase at the end of the hall. His footsteps echoed loudly in the empty corridor, the sound overlapping with his ragged breaths. As he reached the stairs, he glanced back, expecting to see the figure right behind him. But the hallway was empty. The door to room 13 was still wide open, but the figure was gone, vanished, as if it had never been there at all. Michael didn't stop to question it. He practically flew down the stairs, his legs burning with the effort, his mind consumed by a single thought: get out. He didn't care about his luggage or the fact that he hadn't checked out. He just needed to escape. When he reached the lobby, it was just as deserted as it had been when he arrived. The old woman at the front desk was gone, and the silence in the room was deafening. Without a second glance, Michael shoved the front door open and stumbled out into the cold night air. The fog had lifted slightly, revealing the quiet, sleeping town below. But the peace of the outside world did nothing to calm Michael's racing heart. He had escaped the room, but he could still feel it. Whatever presence had been haunting him inside the hotel, it wasn't finished with him. He could feel its eyes on him, watching, waiting, and he knew, deep down, that it wouldn't stop until it had him. Michael's experience in the haunted hotel room had only just begun, and as the darkness of the night deepened, he realized that this was far from over. The shadows were following him, and no matter how far he ran, they would never let him go. Michael's escape from the hotel should have brought relief. The cold air outside, the empty streets, the open sky, it all promised safety. Yet, as he hurried down the cobblestone road, his pulse still raced. Each footstep echoed unnervingly loud in the quiet of the night, as if the town itself was holding its breath, waiting. He had no idea where he was going. The streets of this unfamiliar town twisted and turned like a maze, and in his panicked state, every corner he rounded looked the same as the last. Old stone buildings, darkened windows, and narrow alleyways seemed to close in on him. Every shadow stretched too long. Every alleyway seemed to whisper. The further he ran, the more he felt the town itself was shifting around him, leading him back toward the hotel. The feeling that something was following him never left. Michael glanced over his shoulder again and again, but no figure appeared in the distance. Still, the sensation remained. Eyes, unseen, watching, lurking just beyond the edges of his vision. The fog had lifted, but it was as if the shadows had thickened instead, clustering in corners and around doorways. When Michael finally stopped, it was in front of a small cafe. The lights inside were dim, but the sight of a living, breathing space, something that didn't feel haunted or forsaken, was enough to make him push open the door and stumble inside. A bell chimed softly as he entered, but the place was empty, save for a middle-aged man wiping down the counter. Michael approached the counter, out of breath, his hands trembling. Is there a phone I can use?" The man glanced up, his expression unreadable. "No phone here," he said slowly, eyeing Michael's disheveled appearance. "Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." Michael laughed bitterly, but there was no humor in it. "Something like that." The man raised an eyebrow, but said nothing more, returning to his work. Michael sat down at one of the tables, trying to gather his thoughts. He couldn't stay here. He needed to find a way out of town, away from whatever was haunting him. But without a car or a phone, his options were limited. The train station, he remembered. There was a station at the edge of town. If he could make it there, he could catch the first train out in the morning. But even as he thought it, the nagging feeling returned. That he wouldn't make it out. That the town, no, the thing in the hotel, wouldn't let him leave. As he sat there, his mind racing, the cafe door swung open behind him. Michael's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively turned, half expecting to see the tall, shadowed figure from the hotel standing in the doorway. But it was just an elderly man, bundled in a thick coat, his face obscured by a scarf. He gave Michael a brief glance as he shuffled past, heading to a table in the corner. Still, Michael couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The air in the cafe felt thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. He watched the old man out of the corner of his eye as he slowly removed his coat and sat down, his movements deliberate and slow, as if each action required immense effort. When the man finally settled into his seat, he looked up at Michael with sharp, penetrating eyes. "You came from the hotel, didn't you?" His voice was low, barely above a whisper. Michael's blood ran cold. "What?" "The hotel," the man repeated, his gaze never leaving Michael's. "Room 13. Michael's heart pounded in his chest. "How do you know that?" The old man leaned back in his chair, his expression grim. "It's been closed for years. No one stayed there since." His voice trailed off, but the implication was clear. Michael's mind raced. Closed for years? That couldn't be right. He had checked in, spoken to the woman at the front desk, received his key, stayed in the room. But as the man's words sank in, a terrible realization began to form. What if the hotel wasn't supposed to be open? What if he had stumbled into something far worse than just a haunted room? The man sighed, his eyes dark with understanding. "I've heard stories about that place. People go in, but they don't always come out the same. If they come out at all." Michael swallowed hard, his throat dry. "What do you mean?" "There's something in that hotel," the man said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Something old, something hungry. It lures people in, feeds on them, and once it has you, it doesn't let go." Michael's stomach churned. He could feel the weight of the man's words settling over him, heavy and suffocating. He thought back to the whispers, the shadows, the figure in the hallway, the strange, inexplicable terror that had gripped him the moment he set foot in room 13. "So what do I do?" Michael asked, his voice trembling. "How do I get out?" The man was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. "If it's after you," he said finally, "there's not much you can do. It's already marked you. But there are ways to slow it down. You need to break the connection. Destroy whatever it's using to tether itself to you." Michael shook his head, confused. "What are you talking about?" The man leaned forward, his eyes intense. "Think. Did you take anything from the hotel? Anything at all?" Michael frowned, his mind racing. Had he? His suitcase had been packed before he even arrived, and he hadn't bought anything from the lobby. But then he remembered the key, the old, brass key to room 13. It was still in his pocket. Wordlessly, Michael reached into his coat and pulled it out, holding it up for the man to see. The old man's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't look surprised. "That's it," the man said softly. "It's using the key to keep you tied to the room. As long as you have it, it can find you." Michael stared at the key in his hand. The brass felt cold and heavy, almost like it was vibrating with an energy of its own. "So, what do I do?" "Get rid of it," the man said, his voice firm. "Throw it away, far away, and pray that it's enough." Michael nodded, but a part of him wasn't convinced. Could it really be that simple? Could the key really be the source of all this madness? Still, he He had no other options. Clutching the key tightly, he stood up, thanked the man, and hurried out of the cafe, the bell chiming behind him. Outside, the night felt even colder than before, and the shadows seemed to press in from all sides. Michael glanced around nervously, half expecting to see the figure from the hotel lurking in the distance. But the streets were empty. He walked quickly, his eyes scanning the area for a place to dispose of the key. The man's words echoed in his mind. Throw it far away. But where? He needed somewhere that felt final, somewhere that would ensure the key could never be found again. As he walked, his gaze fell on a small bridge over a narrow canal. The water below was dark and sluggish, flowing silently beneath the stone arches. It was perfect. With a deep breath, Michael approached the edge of the bridge, holding the key out over the water. For a moment, he hesitated. What if the key wasn't the source of his torment? What if getting rid of it made things worse? But then the wind picked up, cold and biting, and a familiar whisper echoed in his ears. You can't escape. Without another thought, Michael let the key slip from his fingers. It fell silently into the water below, disappearing into the inky blackness without a trace. For a moment, nothing happened. The world around him remained still, eerily calm. But then, slowly, the tension that had been building inside him began to ease. The oppressive weight that had been pressing down on him since he left the hotel lifted just a little. Michael let out a shaky breath. Had it worked? Had he broken the connection? But even as the thought crossed his mind, a new fear began to creep in. The key was gone, but the hotel, and whatever was inside it, was still out there. And it wasn't done with him yet. Michael left the bridge. His footsteps hurried as he made his way back into town. He needed to find the train station, to leave this cursed place behind for good. But deep down, he knew, no matter how far he ran, the nightmare was far from over. The dim light of dawn began to creep over the horizon as Michael made his way toward the train station, his steps quick and determined. The narrow streets of the old town felt emptier than ever, as if the place had been abandoned long ago. There was an eerie stillness that hung in the air, one that unnerved him more than the strange events of the night before. He had tossed the key. He had broken the connection, or so the old man had said. But every creak in the cobblestone beneath his feet, every gust of cold wind that howled through the empty alleyways, felt like a warning. The hotel, or the thing inside it, wasn't finished with him yet. Michael approached the train station with a sense of both relief and dread. The ancient, stone building loomed in front of him, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch unnaturally far across the platform. He hurried up the steps, clutching the small duffel bag he had packed in his haste to leave the hotel. His fingers tightened around the strap as he entered the station, his breath misting in the cold air. Inside, the station was nearly deserted. A lone attendant stood behind the ticket counter, staring off into the distance, his expression blank. A few passengers sat on the benches scattered around the platform, but their faces were obscured by scarves and hats, making them appear more like shadowy figures than real people. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the distant sound of a train approaching. Michael made his way to the counter, his hands still trembling slightly from the adrenaline that had fueled his escape. "When's the next train?" he asked, his voice hoarse. The attendant blinked slowly, as if coming out of a trance. He glanced at a clock on the wall. "Soon," he muttered, not meeting Michael's gaze. "Heading out of town?" Michael nodded. "As far away from here as I can get." The man at the counter gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, then handed Michael a ticket without another word. There was no small talk, no pleasantries exchanged, just the cold, mechanical transaction that left Michael feeling even more on edge. He turned away from the counter and found a bench near the far end of the platform, where he could watch the train's arrival. He sat down, trying to ignore the creeping sense of unease that continued to linger in the back of his mind. The station, though quiet, didn't feel safe. Every shadow seemed to shift, every sound felt amplified in the empty space. As he waited, Michael's thoughts turned back to the events that had led him here. The hotel, the whispers, the dark figure that had haunted his every step. It didn't make sense. Nothing about the night had made sense. How could a place like that still exist? Empty, abandoned, yet fully operational in some twisted sense. And the woman at the front desk, she had seemed so normal, so unremarkable. But now, in the light of everything that had happened, Michael couldn't shake the feeling that she had known more than she let on. That the whole hotel, the people in it, were somehow part of something far darker and more sinister. The train pulled into the station with a low, rumbling sound that shook the platform. Michael stood quickly, his heart racing again, and approached the doors as they slid open. He stepped inside, grateful to leave the station behind, to leave the town and everything that had happened in it behind. The car was mostly empty, save for a few passengers scattered throughout the seats. Michael found a seat near the back, where he could have a clear view of the door. He dropped his bag onto the seat beside him and leaned back, closing his eyes for a moment as the train lurched forward, starting its journey out of town. The rhythmic clatter of the train on the tracks was almost soothing, a welcome break from the tension that had been building inside him all night. For the first time in hours, Michael allowed himself to relax, even if just for a moment. He had escaped. Whatever had been following him, whatever had haunted him, was behind him now. But as the train picked up speed, something began to gnaw at the edges of his mind. A thought, a memory, that refused to stay buried. The old man in the cafe had warned him. "It's marked you," he had said. "Once it has you, it doesn't let go." Michael shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes scanning the empty train car. The other passengers sat in silence, their faces obscured, their movements minimal. There was something off about them, something that set Michael on edge. They didn't speak, didn't even acknowledge each other's presence. It was as if they were frozen in time, mere figures going through the motions. And then he noticed it, a smell, faint at first, but unmistakable. The sharp, metallic scent of rust, of decay. Michael's stomach churned as the smell grew stronger, filling the air around him. He glanced toward the door at the front of the car, expecting to see something, someone, but it remained closed. He told himself it was just his imagination. After everything he had been through, his mind was playing tricks on him. But then he saw it, a dark stain, spreading slowly across the floor of the car, creeping toward him. Thick, viscous like blood. It oozed from the cracks between the floorboards, pooling under the seats, its sickening scent filling the air. Michael's breath hitched in his throat, his heart racing. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting toward the other passengers. None of them reacted. They sat, unmoving, unblinking, as if they were completely unaware of the blood creeping across the floor. Panic surged through him as he backed away from the stain, his mind racing. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. He had escaped the hotel. He had thrown away the key. Whatever this was, it had to be a nightmare, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear. But the blood kept coming, thick and dark, inching closer and closer. And then, from the far end of the train car, Michael heard it. A low, guttural whisper. "You can't run." Michael's blood turned to ice. The voice. It was the same voice he had heard in the hotel. The same voice that had whispered in his ear as he lay in the bed. The same voice that had followed him through the hallways. "You can't escape." The whisper grew louder, filling the train car, surrounding him. Michael's hands trembled as he backed toward the door at the rear of the car, his heart pounding in his chest. He had to get out. He had to get off his train, but the door wouldn't budge. He yanked on the handle, desperation taking over as the blood continued to pool around his feet, the whispers growing louder, more insistent. "You're mine." Michael slammed his fist against the door, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The blood was rising now, inching up his legs, cold and sticky. The other passengers still hadn't moved, their faces obscured, their bodies frozen in place. And then, just as the panic threatened to overwhelm him completely, the train screeched to a halt. The door behind him slid open with a hiss, and Michael stumbled backward onto the platform, his legs weak, his heart racing. He turned, expecting to see the blood following him, but there was nothing. The train car was clean, the passengers still sitting in their seats, motionless, unaware. For a moment, Michael just stood there, his body trembling, his mind reeling. The platform was empty, the station silent, save for the faint hum of the train's engine. He had no idea where he was, but it didn't matter. All that mattered was that he was off the train, away from whatever horror had followed him. But even as he stood there, catching his breath, Michael knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The station was deserted, much like the one he had left behind, but this place felt different. The air was heavy, oppressive, as if the very atmosphere was thick with something dark and ancient. Michael's skin prickled with unease as he made his way down the platform, his eyes scanning the empty space for any sign of life. As he walked, a faint sound reached his ears, a soft, distant humming. It was barely audible at first, but it grew louder as he moved further into the station. The tune was hauntingly familiar, sending chills down his spine. Michael followed the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. There was something about the melody, something that tugged at the edges of his memory. He couldn't place it, but he knew he had heard it before. And then, as he rounded a corner, he saw her. A woman, sitting on a bench at the far end of the platform, her back to him. She was humming softly to herself, her voice low and melodic, her body swaying gently with the rhythm. Michael's blood ran cold. The woman's silhouette was unmistakable. It was the woman from the hotel. Michael's heart raced as he stood frozen in place, staring at the woman who had been a phantom in his memory, now manifesting before him in the cold light of the station. Her hair, dark and wavy, fell over her shoulders, and her long coat billowed slightly around her as she swayed to the haunting tune. The familiarity of her presence sent waves of fear cascading through him, yet he couldn't tear his eyes away. She seemed unaware of his gaze, lost in her own world, the melody flowing from her lips like a spell. The sound wrapped around him, tugging at the edges of his sanity, urging him to approach. A part of him wanted to run, to escape the scene before him, but another part, curiosity perhaps, drew him closer. "Excuse me," he finally managed to call out, his voice shaky as it cut through the quiet of the station. The woman stopped humming abruptly, her body freezing mid-sway. Slowly, she turned her head, and their eyes met. Her gaze was piercing, a mix of sadness and knowing that sent shivers down his spine. "You shouldn't be here," she said softly, her voice smooth and melodic, yet tinged with something darker. "What do you mean?" Michael asked, taking a cautious step forward. "I thought I left that place behind. I thought I was safe." The woman stood up, her movements graceful and deliberate, as if she were a dancer emerging from the shadows. "You can't escape the things you've encountered," she replied. "They don't let go so easily." A knot formed in Michael's stomach. "What do you know about it? What do you know about the hotel?" "The hotel is merely a gateway," she said, her eyes narrowing slightly. "A threshold to something far more sinister. You're marked now, Michael. Once you step inside, you become part of its story." "What do you mean, marked?" His voice rose, panic creeping in as he recalled the old man's warning. The weight of her words pressed down on him, suffocating. The woman stepped closer, her expression softening. "You have drawn its attention, and it will follow you. You cannot escape your fate, but you can try to understand it." Michael shook his head, backing away slightly. "No, I don't want to understand. I just want to be free of it. I want it to stop." "Running will not help you," she said, her voice calm yet firm. "You must confront what you fear. Face the darkness you've awakened. Only then can you break the cycle." A tremor of uncertainty ran through him. What does that even mean? How can I confront something I don't even understand? "Go back," she said simply, her gaze unwavering. "Go back to the hotel. Find the truth hidden within its walls. Only there will you discover the answers you seek." The idea of returning to the hotel was unbearable. It felt like a trap, a way for the darkness to ensnare him again. Yet deep down, he knew she was right. He couldn't keep running. Whatever this thing was, it had already found him. The only way to end it would be to confront it head on. "But if I go back, what will happen?" he asked, his voice trembling with fear. "Only you can decide that," she replied cryptically. "But remember, you are not alone. There are others who know, others who have faced the darkness. Seek them out." As she spoke, the humming returned, soft and haunting. It filled the air around them, wrapping around Michael like a shroud. He felt himself drawn to her, but he also felt the weight of the decision he had to make. He couldn't ignore the sense of impending doom that loomed over him. threatening to pull him back into the depths of despair. "I need to think," he said finally, stepping away from her, his heart pounding. "I can't just jump back in." "Take your time," she said, her voice a gentle breeze. "But know that the longer you wait, the stronger the darkness becomes. It's hungry for fear, and it will consume you if you let it." With that, she turned and walked away, her figure fading into the shadows of the station, leaving Michael alone with his thoughts. The eerie melody lingered in the air, echoing in his mind long after she had disappeared. He stood there, torn between the desire to escape and the call to confront the darkness that had already entwined itself around him. It was a choice that weighed heavily on his heart, a choice that would determine the course of his fate. As the minutes ticked by, he could feel the weight of the woman's words pressing down on him. He remembered the blood in the train car, the whispers that had haunted him. He thought of the hotel, the very place that had ensnared him in its dark embrace. The fear of returning clawed at his insides. Yet he realized that running would only lead him deeper into despair. He turned toward the exit of the station, taking a deep breath as he prepared to face what lay ahead. The station doors swung open, revealing the darkened streets outside. The night was still young, and he could feel the call of the hotel beckoning him back. Michael stepped out into the chill of the night, determination coursing through his veins. He would return to the hotel, but he would not go alone. He would find the others, the ones who had faced the darkness before him. He would gather the strength to confront the malevolent force that sought to consume him. As he made his way back toward the hotel, the weight of the unknown settled on his shoulders, but he no longer felt paralyzed by fear. Instead, he felt a spark of hope ignite within him. Perhaps understanding awaited him within the haunted walls. Perhaps he could uncover the truth and free himself from the darkness that sought to bind him. But even as he walked, shadows danced at the edges of his vision, and the whispers began again, echoing through the quiet night. "You cannot escape." They surrounded him, but he pressed on, determined to face whatever horrors awaited him. The hotel loomed before him, an ancient edifice draped in darkness, its windows like hollow eyes watching his approach. The old sign creaked gently in the wind, and Michael felt an almost magnetic pull toward the entrance. This was the moment. This was his chance to reclaim his life. With a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy door and stepped inside. The lobby was dimly lit, and the familiar scent of dust and decay filled the air. It felt as if he were stepping back into a nightmare, yet he knew he had to see it through. The front desk stood empty, the bell that had been used to summon the attendant lying still and quiet. Michael's heart raced as he recalled the woman's warning. He was marked, but he wasn't alone. He could feel it deep within him, an energy, a purpose that drove him forward. "Hello," he called out, his voice echoing through the stillness. Silence. But something stirred in the depths of the hotel, a whisper of movement that sent a shiver down his spine. He could sense the presence of others, those who had come before him, those who had faced the darkness and either triumphed or succumbed. Michael moved deeper into the lobby, scanning the room for any signs of life. The flickering light cast shadows that twisted and writhed along the walls, creating an unsettling atmosphere that sent chills racing through him. He needed to find the truth, to uncover the secrets hidden within these walls. As he ventured further, he noticed something glinting in the corner of the room. Curiosity piqued, he approached cautiously, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small mirror, cracked and dusty. Michael wiped away the grime with his sleeve, revealing a reflection that made his heart race. For a fleeting moment, he saw a figure behind him in the mirror, a dark silhouette, a shadow with no discernible features. He whipped around, but the room was empty. "Get a grip," he muttered to himself, the dread pooling in his stomach. He was alone in the hotel, wasn't he? But as he continued to explore, he found himself drawn to the staircase that spiraled upward, an invitation to uncover the mysteries that lay above. The wooden steps creaked under his weight, each sound echoing ominously in the silence. He took one step, then another, each ascent accompanied by a mounting sense of foreboding. At the top of the stairs, a narrow hallway stretched before him, lined with doors that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Michael hesitated, his breath hitching in his throat as he recalled the whispers from the night before. their urgency, their pleas. It was time to face the truths hidden within this place. He stepped cautiously down the hall, glancing at the doors that stood closed, their surfaces worn and weathered. He could feel a weight in the air, a sense of anticipation that prickled at the back of his neck. It was here. He felt it deep within him. The answers, the confrontation, everything awaited him in this haunted corridor. He stopped at the first door, its number barely visible through layers of grime. Michael reached for the handle, feeling the cold metal against his palm. A rush of memories flooded back. The feeling of being watched, the cold breath at his neck, the sense of being drawn into something dark and malevolent. "Please, let me be wrong," he whispered, forcing the door open with a hesitant push. The room inside was dark, the curtains drawn tight against the light. As he stepped inside, the air shifted, thick and oppressive. The shadows danced around him, shifting as if alive, and for a moment, he thought he saw movement in the corner of his eye. "Hello," he called out again, his voice trembling. There was no response, only the echo of his own words. Michael took a deep breath, summoning the courage he had gathered. He had to find the truth, whatever it may be. Moving toward the window, he pulled back the curtain, allowing the faint light to spill into the room. As the shadows retreated, Michael gasped at the sight before him. The walls were covered with photographs, faded images of faces he didn't recognize, each one marked with a date and a location. His heart pounded as he scanned the images, each one resonating with a sense of familiarity. Then he noticed a photograph in the corner, larger than the rest, and as he leaned closer, he felt a chill run down his spine. It was a picture of the hotel itself, taken from a distance. But what caught his attention were the figures standing at the entrance, shadowy silhouettes, faces obscured but undeniably familiar. The realization hit him like a punch to the gut. These were the souls of those who had stayed here before him, and now, it seemed, they were trapped within the hotel's grasp. "Michael," a voice called from behind him, and he spun around to see a figure stepping out from the shadows. It was a man, his face pale and drawn, eyes hollow and filled with despair. "You shouldn't have come back," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Michael's heart raced. "What do you mean? Who are you?" "I was like you," the man replied, stepping closer. "I thought I could confront the darkness, but it's far more powerful than you realize." "Are you trapped here?" Michael asked, dread pooling in his stomach. The man nodded slowly. "We all are. You need to leave while you still can." But Michael shook his head, defiance flaring within him. "I can't. I need to understand what's happening. I have to know why this place won't let go." The man's expression twisted in anguish. "You don't understand. The hotel feeds on your fear, your despair. Every time you try to confront it, it pulls you deeper into its web." "Then how do I stop it?" Michael pressed, desperation fueling his determination. "Find the source," the man urged. "There's a room 217. It's where everything began. You must confront the truth there, but be warned, not everyone survives." As the man's words hung in the air, Michael felt a surge of resolve. He had to go to room 217. It was the only way to uncover the secrets of the hotel and break the cycle of darkness that bound him. "Where is it?" Michael asked urgently. The man pointed down the hallway, his gaze filled with fear. "At the end of the hall, last door on the left. But please, think carefully before you go in. You might not be able to come back." Ignoring the warning, Michael turned and raced down the hallway, each step pounding in his ears. The door loomed ahead, its frame dark and foreboding. He hesitated for a moment, his heart racing, then pushed the door open. The room was bathed in an eerie glow, and the air felt electric, charged with an energy that thrummed against his skin. As he stepped inside, he could feel the presence of something ancient and malevolent, a force that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. The walls were covered in strange symbols, etched into the surface as if they had been carved by desperate hands. Michael's breath caught in his throat as he realized they were not just random markings. They were warnings, messages left by those who had come before him, desperate to warn others of the darkness that awaited. In the center of the room stood a large mirror, ornate and cracked, reflecting the chaos of the symbols around it. It was the mirror from the lobby, yet it felt alive, humming with an energy that drew him closer. As he approached, the reflection shifted, showing not just his image but also fleeting glimpses of shadows behind him. Whispers of past guests, souls trapped in the hotel's grasp. "Face it," a voice echoed, a whisper that seemed to come from the mirror itself. "Confront what you fear." With trembling hands, Michael reached out and touched the surface of the glass. In that moment, the room transformed. The symbols blurred, and he was engulfed in darkness, swallowed by the mirror's depths. He found himself standing in a dimly lit corridor, the air thick with an overwhelming sense of dread. The shadows twisted around him, beckoning him forward. He felt a tug at his heart, pulling him deeper into the unknown. As he walked down the corridor, memories flooded back, fragments of his past, moments that he had long buried. He could hear the echoes of laughter, the sounds of joy that had once filled his life. But as he ventured further, those sounds faded, replaced by cries of anguish and despair. "Help us," the voices whispered, a chorus of anguish that reverberated in his mind. "You must break the cycle." Fear coiled tightly around his chest, but he pressed on, determined to face the darkness that awaited him. As he reached the end of the corridor, he found a door, the last door on the left, just as the man had described. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. With a swift motion, he opened the door and stepped inside. The room was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was vast and cavernous, filled with swirling shadows that writhed and twisted like living creatures. At the center stood a figure, cloaked in darkness, its face obscured. "Welcome, Michael," the figure said, its voice low and haunting, sending chills down his spine. "You've come to confront your fears. But know this. Once you enter, there is no turning back." "Who are you?" Michael demanded, trying to keep his voice steady. "I am the darkness you seek to understand," it replied, taking a step forward, the shadows swirling around it like smoke. "I am the fear that consumes you, the despair that binds you." Michael felt the weight of its presence pressing down on him, suffocating and overwhelming. "What do you want from me?" he shouted, his voice rising above the chaos. "Your soul," the figure whispered, its voice dripping with malice. "You've already awakened it. Now, you must choose, submit to the darkness or fight to reclaim your life." As the figure advanced, Michael felt a surge of defiance ignite within him. He would not be consumed. He would not allow the darkness to win. "I refuse," he shouted, the words echoing in the cavernous space. "I will not be a prisoner." With those words, a light burst forth from within him, illuminating the shadows that had threatened to engulf him. The figure recoiled, its form flickering as the light clashed against the darkness. "You cannot escape," it hissed, the shadows thrashing violently around it. But Michael stood his ground, focusing on the light that emanated from him. "I am not afraid," he declared, each word a strike against the darkness. As he summoned the strength within him, the shadows began to recede, pulling back as if repelled by the brilliance of his light. The figure writhed in anguish, the darkness around it dissipating. "No!" it screamed, its voice filled with rage and despair. "You will pay for this." With one final surge of light, Michael pushed against the shadows, shattering the illusion that had kept him bound. The room erupted in a brilliant glow, and he felt the weight of the darkness lift. As the light enveloped him, he found himself back in the room with the mirror, breathing heavily. The energy was different now, lighter, freer. He glanced at the mirror, his reflection clear and bright. The symbols that had once decorated the walls began to fade, their power dissipating as the darkness that had held them captive crumbled away. Michael felt a wave of relief wash over him, but he knew this was just the beginning. He turned to leave the room, a sense of purpose propelling him forward. He would help others who had fallen prey to the darkness, just as he had been. He would not allow fear to dictate his life any longer. As he stepped back into the hallway, he felt a presence beside him, a flicker of energy, a whisper of those who had once been trapped in the hotel. Their voices filled the air, a chorus of gratitude that echoed around him. "Thank you," they whispered, their words a gentle breeze. Michael felt their presence surge within him, a strength that would guide him as he left the hotel behind. He knew he would carry the weight of their stories, their struggles, and their victories with him. With each step toward the exit, he felt lighter, freer. He had faced the darkness and emerged victorious. As he pushed open the heavy door and stepped out into the night, he knew he would never forget the lessons learned within those haunted walls. The night air wrapped around him, crisp and refreshing, a stark contrast to the darkness he had left behind. He took a deep breath, savoring the freedom that lay before him. The hotel was just a shadow in his past now, but the journey ahead was filled with promise and light. As he walked away, he felt a sense of peace settle within him, a promise to himself and to those who had been lost. The darkness may have sought to consume him, but he had fought back, and in that victory, he had found the strength to help others navigate their own battles against the shadows that lingered in their lives. The hotel would always remain a part of his story, but it was no longer a prison. It was a testament to resilience, a reminder of the power that lay within to confront and conquer even the darkest fears. As Michael stepped out of the haunted hotel, the night enveloped him like a comforting blanket, filled with the crispness of freedom and the scent of earth after rain. The moon hung high above, casting a silvery glow that danced on the pavement, illuminating his path forward. Each step felt lighter, as if the burdens he had carried were finally shed. Yet, in the back of his mind, the shadows of the hotel lingered, whispering reminders of the battles he had fought. He walked away from the hotel, the memories of the souls trapped within its walls etched vividly in his mind. He had not only confronted his own fears, but had also unearthed the stories of others who had come before him. Those who had been ensnared by the darkness, just as he had been. It was a reminder of the power of resilience and the importance of sharing those stories to prevent others from suffering the same fate. As he moved further down the road, the weight of his experience began to solidify into a purpose. He would not let the darkness consume him or anyone else. He had discovered a truth that he couldn't ignore. The hotel was a conduit of fear, a place where spirits lingered, waiting for someone to hear their cries. It was then that he realized he had a mission to undertake, a calling that had awakened within him during his harrowing night. The next morning, the sun broke over the horizon, its rays spilling warmth across the landscape. Michael sat at a small cafe, a cup of coffee steaming in front of him, and pulled out a notebook. He began to write, documenting everything that had happened during his night in the haunted hotel. Each word flowed onto the page, capturing the raw emotions, the chilling encounters, and the whispers of the spirits he had met. He detailed the figures he had seen, the photographs that lined the walls of the room, and the man who had warned him. He wrote about room 217 and the malevolent presence that had sought to consume him. As he penned his story, he felt a sense of catharsis, a release of the pent-up emotions from his experience. He knew that sharing this account was crucial, not just for him, but for anyone who might one day find themselves in a similar situation. With each stroke of his pen, Michael felt as though he was giving a voice to the lost souls who had been trapped in the hotel. He was capturing their stories, their fears, and their longing for liberation. He envisioned a future where he could help others understand the significance of confronting their darkness, much like he had. Days turned into weeks as Michael continued to write. He immersed himself in research about haunted places, spiritual encounters, and the nature of fear. He reached out to other survivors, those who had battled their own demons and emerged victorious. Through conversations and shared experiences, he collected a myriad of tales that mirrored his own, each one unique yet connected by a common thread of resilience. As he compiled his work, he realized that he wanted to share these stories with a wider audience. Inspired by the concept of creating a documentary, he envisioned a film that would not only recount his experiences, but would also feature the accounts of others who had faced their fears in the darkness. He began to gather resources, connect with filmmakers, and explore the possibility of bringing this vision to life. The film would be more than just a recounting of ghost stories. It would delve into the psychology of fear, the importance of confronting one's demons, and the healing that comes from sharing these narratives. He wanted to shed light on the experiences that many kept hidden, creating a space for understanding and acceptance. With his newfound purpose, Michael reached out to local filmmakers, sharing his story and vision. The response was overwhelmingly positive. A small team of passionate individuals rallied around him, eager to help bring his idea to fruition. Together, they began to plan interviews, explore haunted locations, and delve into the history of fear. As they worked on the project, Michael found himself healing in ways he hadn't anticipated. The more he shared his experiences and listened to others, the lighter he felt. The darkness that had once threatened to consume him began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of community and connection. The team decided to visit the hotel once more, this time equipped with cameras and recording equipment. Michael was both nervous and excited, knowing that revisiting the place of his turmoil would be a significant step in his healing journey. As they approached the hotel, he felt the familiar chill wash over him, but it was different this time. Instead of fear, he felt a sense of purpose. Inside the hotel, they set up their equipment, capturing the ambience and atmosphere of the space. Michael led the team through the corridors, recounting his previous experiences and encouraging others to share their feelings. They stopped in front of room 217, and as he looked at the door, he felt a mixture of trepidation and empowerment. This time, he was not alone. The presence of his team provided a comforting anchor, and together, they entered the room. The atmosphere felt heavy, charged with energy, but instead of succumbing to fear, Michael focused on the stories waiting to be told. As they filmed, Michael spoke to the camera, sharing his experience of facing the darkness. He spoke of resilience, healing, and the importance of confronting fears rather than running from them. His words resonated with the echoes of the past, intertwining with the stories of those who had come before him. After filming, they gathered in the lobby, reviewing the footage and discussing their next steps. Michael felt a sense of camaraderie with the team, each member contributing their unique perspective and insights. Together, they were crafting something profound, an exploration of fear, vulnerability, and the strength that comes from sharing one's truth. As the days turned into months, the documentary began to take shape. Michael watched as his vision transformed into reality, the stories intertwining to create a narrative that transcended individual experiences. It was about community, support, and the shared journey of confronting fear. Finally, the day of the premiere arrived. Michael stood before a packed audience, his heart racing with anticipation. The lights dimmed, and the film began to play, images of haunted locations and personal stories filling the screen. As the credits rolled, applause erupted, and Michael felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. He took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating his path. "Thank you all for being here," he said, his voice steady despite the butterflies in his stomach. "This film is not just about ghosts and haunted places. It's about the courage to face our fears, the strength and vulnerability, and the healing power of sharing our stories." He paused, scanning the audience, seeing nods of understanding and empathy. "I want to encourage each of you to confront your own darkness, whatever it may be. Remember that you are not alone in your struggles, and there is strength in vulnerability. Together, we can break the cycle of fear and create a community that supports one another in our journeys." As he spoke, Michael felt a sense of closure wash over him. He had transformed from a terrified guest trapped in a haunted hotel into a voice for those seeking light in their darkest moments. He realized that the shadows might always linger, but he now had the tools to confront them, to embrace the light within. With a final bow, he stepped off the stage, his heart full. The journey had changed him profoundly, and he looked forward to the adventures that lay ahead. He would continue to share stories, to connect with others, and to shed light on the darkness, ensuring that no one would ever have to face their fears alone again. As the crowd dispersed, Michael felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. He had not only escaped the haunted hotel, he had transformed his experience into a source of inspiration for others. The darkness that once sought to consume him had become a catalyst for change, a reminder that even the most haunting of experiences could lead to growth, healing, and connection. He stepped outside, the night air crisp against his skin, and gazed up at the stars. Each one twinkled like a beacon of hope, a reminder that there was light even in the darkest of places. With a heart full of gratitude and determination, Michael knew that he would continue to shine brightly, helping others find their way through the shadows. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. Moving to a new city can be both thrilling and daunting. For Jenna, a recent college graduate, it marked the beginning of an exciting new chapter in her life. Leaving behind the familiarity of her hometown, she arrived at a quaint, old apartment building nestled in a neighborhood known for its charm and history. The building, with its creaking wooden floors and vintage wallpaper, had an undeniable allure that drew her in from the moment she stepped through the door. Jenna was eager to make this space her own, excited to fill it with memories and laughter. However, she couldn't shake a sense of unease that settled over her the first night she spent alone in the apartment. The silence was deafening, punctuated only by the occasional creaks and groans of the old structure. Each sound seemed to echo through the walls, amplifying her sense of isolation. As she unpacked her belongings, she couldn't help but feel as if the walls were watching her. The whispers of the past seemed to seep through the very foundations of the building, telling stories that had long been forgotten. Jenna shook off the feeling, attributing it to her overactive imagination. After all, it was an old building. Its history could be both charming and a little creepy. One evening, as she was arranging her books on a shelf, she noticed a peculiar sound coming from the wall. It was a faint scratching, almost like nails dragging across wood. Jenna paused, her heart racing. The sound sent chills down her spine, but she dismissed it as the house settling, convincing herself that old buildings often made strange noises. Still, as the days passed, the scratching became more frequent, growing louder and more persistent. Determined to uncover the source of the noise, Jenna began her own investigation. She researched the history of the building, uncovering tales of previous tenants and the lives they had led. Most importantly, she learned about a man named Thomas, who had lived in the apartment many years ago. Rumors circulated that he had been a recluse, a man who had distanced himself from the world outside. His presence was still felt in the building, lingering like a ghost from the past. One particularly stormy night, when the wind howled outside and rain lashed against the windows, Jenna sat curled up on her couch, wrapped in a blanket. The scratching sound returned, louder this time, echoing through the room. Curiosity overcame her fear, and she decided to investigate further. She moved towards the wall where the noise seemed to originate, pressing her ear against the cool surface. Suddenly, the scratching stopped. Jenna pulled back, startled. Just as she was about to return to her couch, she heard a soft whisper, barely audible, yet undeniably there. It was a voice, low and raspy, as if someone was speaking from the other side of the wall. "Help me." Panic surged through Jenna, but she was also intrigued. "Who are you?" she whispered back, her voice trembling. Silence followed, stretching into an eternity. Jenna's heart raced, a mix of fear and curiosity coursing through her veins. She couldn't ignore the voice. It tugged at something deep within her. Who was trapped in the walls? Why were they calling for help? Unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, she resolved to dig deeper. She spent the following days researching the building's history more thoroughly, visiting the local library, and speaking with longtime residents of the neighborhood. The stories she uncovered only fueled her curiosity and unease. One elderly woman, Mrs. Harrington, shared tales of Thomas, the man who had lived in the apartment long before Jenna arrived. He was a reclusive artist, she explained, her voice laced with nostalgia. They say he painted beautiful landscapes, but he never showed them to anyone. He locked himself away in that apartment, and one day, he just disappeared. Disappeared? Jenna repeated, a chill running down her spine. Yes, Mrs. Harrington continued. Some say he lost his mind. Others think he may have hidden away from the world. But every now and then, people hear strange noises coming from the walls. It's as if he never really left. Jenna's mind raced with possibilities. Was Thomas still in the apartment? Was he trying to communicate with her? That night, as she lay in bed, the scratching returned. But this time, it was accompanied by the faintest sound of laughter, childlike and echoing. Jenna's heart raced, and she felt a mix of fear and fascination. She knew she had to confront whatever was hidden within the walls. "Who are you?" she called out, her voice steadier than she felt. The scratching stopped, and for a moment, there was only silence. Then, the whisper returned clearer this time. "Help me find me." The words echoed in her mind, and Jenna felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the truth. She had to know what lay beneath the surface, what secrets the walls held. As she drifted off to sleep, the voice lingered in her thoughts, and a sense of determination washed over her. In the morning, she would explore the apartment further, uncovering whatever lay hidden in the walls. The morning sun broke through the clouds, casting a warm glow into Jenna's apartment. Despite the brightness outside, a lingering darkness filled her thoughts. The events of the previous night echoed in her mind, the voice still haunting her. "Help me find me." It was a plea she couldn't ignore. Jenna resolved to take action. She spent the morning gathering her tools, a flashlight, a small crowbar, and a notebook to jot down her findings. The plan was simple: to investigate the walls and the strange noises that had become a part of her new life. She was determined to uncover the truth, even if it meant venturing into the unknown. Armed with her tools, she began her exploration. The apartment was small, but its layout was oddly complex, with nooks and crannies that seemed to harbor secrets. She inspected every corner, moving furniture aside and shining her flashlight into the dark spaces. Each creak of the floorboards underfoot added to her growing sense of unease, but she pushed through. As she examined the wall that had drawn her attention, Jenna noticed a loose panel near the floor. With careful precision, she pried it open using the crowbar. It made a loud screeching sound as the wood gave way, revealing a dark space behind the wall. Her heart raced as she peered into the small cavity, but all she could see was darkness and a musty smell. "Is anyone there?" she called out, her voice barely a whisper. Silence answered her, but Jenna was undeterred. She switched on the flashlight and pushed her head into the cavity, scanning the space. It was empty, but as she moved the beam of light, she caught sight of something glinting in the corner. Curiosity piqued, she reached inside, her fingers brushing against a cold, metal object. Pulling it free, she discovered it was an old key, tarnished but still intact. Jenna examined the key, wondering what door it might open. There were no locks in her apartment that she could recall, but her instincts told her this was significant. Tucking it into her pocket, she resumed her investigation, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. She continued her exploration of the apartment, checking every room and corner for any more hidden spaces. As she moved into the small kitchen, she noticed a peculiar outline on the wall that seemed different from the rest. It was an unusual shape, almost like a door. Her heart raced as she approached it, running her fingers along the edges. This wall, too, felt loose, and without hesitation, she took her crowbar and pried it open. The sound of creaking would fill the air as the panel swung inward, revealing another narrow space. This one was darker and dustier, with cobwebs hanging from the corners. "Here goes nothing," Jenna muttered, stepping inside. The space was small and cramped, barely allowing her to move. As she shone her flashlight around, the beam caught sight of old paintbrushes, crumpled canvases, and a stack of yellowed papers. Jenna's heart raced with the discovery. It was as if she had stumbled into a forgotten artist's studio, abandoned, but filled with remnants of creativity. As she sifted through the items, she uncovered a few partially completed paintings. Each one depicted a different scene: a dark forest, a tranquil lake, and an ominous-looking figure that seemed to watch her from the canvas. It was hauntingly beautiful, yet unsettling. There was something about the figure that sent a shiver down her spine, an uncanny resemblance to the voice that had echoed through her walls. Jenna continued to dig deeper, trying to understand the significance of each piece. Among the papers, she found sketches and notes, some detailing the life of Thomas, the reclusive artist. He had poured his emotions into his work, using the art as an escape from the world around him. However, there were also unsettling mentions of a darkness that consumed him, a fear of something lurking just beyond his perception. One note caught her eye, written in a shaky hand. "I hear him whispering from the walls. He's trying to reach me. I must find a way to silence him." A chill ran through Jenna as she read the words. Who was the he Thomas referred to? And what did he mean by silencing him? With the urgency mounting, Jenna gathered the notes and paintings, feeling a sense of purpose. She needed to find out more about Thomas and the dark secrets that had bound him to the apartment. Her first step was to visit the local library again, seeking more information about the artist and the life he had led. That afternoon, Jenna spent hours combing through archives, old newspapers, and local history books. She learned that Thomas had once been celebrated for his talent, known for his ability to capture the beauty of nature. But as time passed, his work grew darker, mirroring the descent into madness that many believed he suffered from. One article detailed his final exhibition, where many claimed to have felt a strange energy emanating from his paintings. Several attendees reported feeling a sense of dread, as if the artwork held a hidden power. The more Jenna read, the more convinced she became that the voice she had heard was connected to Thomas's fate, a ghost trapped within the walls, seeking release. As the sun began to set, Jenna returned to her apartment, her mind racing with thoughts. She had gathered enough information to piece together a narrative, but the mystery remained. What was the connection between Thomas and the voice? That night, Jenna sat on her couch, reviewing her notes while a storm brewed outside. Lightning illuminated her apartment, and the wind howled against the windows. She felt a mixture of fear and excitement, knowing that she was on the brink of uncovering something significant. The scratching returned, louder this time, and Jenna's heart raced. "I'm listening," she shouted, determined to confront whatever was lurking in the walls. "Help me, find me," the voice echoed back, and Jenna felt a surge of adrenaline. She had to act. The keys she found, the notes, the paintings, they all pointed to one truth. Something was trapped within the walls, and Jenna was the only one who could help. The storm raged outside, rain lashing against the windows as Jenna sat on her couch, determination coursing through her veins. The voice from the walls beckoned her, and she felt an undeniable pull to uncover the truth. She clutched the old key tightly in her hand, a symbol of the mystery she was about to unravel. Gathering her courage, Jenna stood and approached the wall that had become the source of so much unease. With the flashlight illuminating the dark space, she placed her ear against the surface, closing her eyes to concentrate. "Help me, find me," the whisper echoed softly, but this time, it seemed to carry an urgency that sent shivers down her spine. "Who are you?" Jenna called out, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. "Why are you trapped in the walls?" Silence enveloped her, a heavy stillness that seemed to thicken the air. Just as doubt began to creep in, the scratching returned, louder and more frantic than before. Jenna stepped back, her pulse quickening as she felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the source of the noise. She remembered the old notes she had discovered in the hidden space. Thomas had mentioned seeking a way to silence the entity he felt was haunting him. Perhaps it was time for her to confront whatever was hidden within the walls. With newfound resolve, she took the key from her pocket, feeling its cool metal against her palm. There had to be a door somewhere, a place where she could reach beyond the physical barrier of the walls. Jenna scanned the room, her eyes landing on the small closet in the corner, its door slightly ajar. She rushed over and opened it fully, shining her flashlight into the dark space. Inside, the closet was empty, save for a few hangers and a dusty old suitcase. But there, at the back, she noticed a small outline in the wall that seemed different from the rest. It appeared to be another loose panel, similar to the one she had found earlier. Taking a deep breath, Jenna began to pry it open. The wood creaked and groaned, but she persisted, her adrenaline propelling her forward. Finally, the panel swung open, revealing a narrow passage that led deeper into the darkness. "Is this where you are?" she whispered, peering into the blackness. The air that wafted from the opening felt cold, almost alive with a pulse of its own. She hesitated, the weight of uncertainty hanging heavy in the air. In that moment, Jenna felt an odd sense of calm wash over her. The voice had become a part of her reality, and she knew she had to face it. With determination, she stepped into the passage, her flashlight piercing the darkness ahead. The narrow space was claustrophobic, and as she ventured further, the sounds of the storm faded, replaced by the faint echo of her own breathing. The air was stale, and the walls were damp, as if they had absorbed years of sorrow and isolation. Jenna moved cautiously, feeling the cold stone beneath her fingertips as she navigated the passageway. She could hear the scratching again, closer now, and the whispers grew louder, wrapping around her like a chilling embrace. "Help me." The voice was clearer, laced with desperation. "I am here, find me." "Where?" Jenna called out, her voice trembling but resolute. "What do you want from me?" The air grew heavy, charged with an energy she could not explain. As she rounded a corner, the passage opened into a small chamber, dimly lit by her flashlight. The sight that met her eyes sent her heart racing. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate mirror, its surface clouded with dust. Around the edges, the frame was intricately carved with images that seemed to dance in the light. Jenna felt an inexplicable pull toward the mirror, as if it were calling to her. The scratching intensified, echoing off the stone walls. She approached the mirror cautiously, her heart pounding in her chest. The whispers now surrounded her, an almost melodic chorus urging her to come closer. "What is this place?" Jenna whispered, feeling the weight of history pressing down on her. She reached out to touch the surface of the mirror, and as her fingers brushed against the cool glass, a flash of images flooded her mind. She saw glimpses of Thomas, the artist, hunched over his canvases, painting frantically. Shadows danced in the corners of his room, dark and menacing. The voice she heard became clearer, echoing in her thoughts. "I can't escape. You must help me." Jenna staggered back, her breath hitching in her throat. The mirror seemed to shimmer, and for a moment, she saw Thomas's reflection, his eyes wide with fear and despair. "Help me," he cried, his voice resonating through the chamber. "I am trapped by the darkness." "What darkness?" Jenna shouted, desperate to understand. "How can I help you?" The room grew colder, and Jenna felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Shadows flitted across the walls, swirling like dark smoke. She could sense that something was wrong, that whatever had imprisoned Thomas was still present, lurking just beyond her sight. "You must find the heart of the darkness," he whispered urgently, his reflection growing fainter. "It hides in the walls. The truth will set me free." Jenna's mind raced, piecing together the fragments of his words. The heart of the darkness. She had seen references to it in the notes, mentions of a hidden truth that Thomas had feared. "Where do I find it?" Jenna pleaded, her heart aching for the tortured spirit. But the reflection faded, and the scratching grew frantic once more. Jenna felt a surge of panic as the shadows thickened, closing in around her. She knew she had to act quickly, to uncover the truth before it was too late. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated from behind her, causing her to jump. She turned to see that the wall had shifted, revealing another small alcove. The darkness pulsed with energy, and Jenna felt compelled to investigate further. With one last look at the mirror, she turned and sprinted toward the opening. The shadows hissed around her, but Jenna refused to be deterred. She had to find the heart of the darkness. She had to help Thomas. As she entered the alcove, her flashlight illuminated a small wooden chest, old and worn. Its surface was etched with symbols that looked eerily familiar, resembling those in Thomas's paintings. Jenna knelt beside the chest, her heart racing with anticipation. This had to be it, the heart of the darkness. She reached for the latch, her fingers trembling as she prepared to uncover its secrets. "What are you hiding?" she whispered, drawing in a deep breath before opening the chest. The moment the latch clicked open, a surge of cold air swept through the alcove, extinguishing her flashlight. Darkness enveloped her, a suffocating weight that pressed down on her chest. Jenna's heart raced as she fumbled to regain her bearings, but the shadows danced around her, obscuring her vision. In that moment of darkness, she heard the voice again, clearer than ever before, and filled with urgency. "Find the truth, or we will be lost forever." Jenna's heart pounded as she fought to steady her breath in the oppressive darkness. The voice echoed through the chamber, an urgent whisper that resonated deep within her soul. She could feel the weight of the shadows pressing against her, and instinctively, she reached for the wooden chest, her fingers trembling with anticipation and fear. The air was charged with an eerie energy, and as she opened the chest, a low hum vibrated through the space. Jenna squinted into the void, her heart racing, trying to see what lay within. A faint glow began to emanate from the depths of the chest, illuminating the darkness around her. As her eyes adjusted, she saw it, an assortment of paintings, old and frayed at the edges, each depicting scenes that made her stomach twist with unease. They were vivid and haunting, capturing moments of despair, fear, and desperation. The central image was a self-portrait of Thomas, his face twisted in anguish, surrounded by shadows that seemed to consume him. "Jenna," the voice whispered again, this time more insistent. "You must understand." Without thinking, Jenna pulled the first painting from the chest. The moment she held it up to the light, a rush of memories flooded her mind. Visions of Thomas painting in this very room, the walls echoing with his tortured cries. The shadows in the background seemed to reach out, clawing at him as he desperately tried to escape their grasp. "What happened to you?" Jenna whispered, tears forming in her eyes. "How can I help you?" With each painting she examined, the story unfolded like a dark tapestry woven with despair. Thomas had been an artist, a visionary whose talent was overshadowed by an inexplicable darkness that lurked within him. He had painted his struggles, but the more he delved into his art, the more the darkness seeped into his life. The final painting, larger than the rest, depicted a grotesque figure lurking in the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolence. It was a creature of nightmares, a manifestation of all Thomas's fears and insecurities. As she gazed upon it, Jenna felt a chill run down her spine. "The heart of the darkness," she murmured, piecing together the fragments of Thomas's story. "It's a part of you, isn't it?" The shadows around her seemed to pulse with energy, swirling as if in response to her revelation. The whispers grew louder, morphing into a cacophony of voices, each one filled with anguish and sorrow. "Please," Jenna begged, her voice trembling, "tell me how to set you free." In that moment, the chamber quaked, and the air became charged with electricity. The shadows converged, coalescing into a swirling vortex of darkness that filled the room. Jenna braced herself, feeling the pull of the shadows as they reached for her, threatening to drag her into the abyss. But amidst the chaos, Thomas's voice broke through. "You must confront it. You are the key to my freedom. You must face the darkness I created." Jenna's heart raced as she realized what he meant. She had to confront the very thing that had consumed Thomas, his fears, his insecurities, the darkness that had taken root in his soul. "Show me," she shouted, her voice cutting through the whirlwind of shadows. "I will face it." As if in response to her declaration, the swirling darkness began to form a figure, the grotesque creature from Thomas's painting. Its eyes glowed menacingly, and it stepped forward, its form shifting and changing as it advanced toward Jenna. Fear clawed at her, but she stood her ground. "You are not real. You are just a manifestation of his pain," she cried out, feeling a surge of defiance. The creature stopped, its eyes narrowing as it studied her. Jenna felt an icy grip tighten around her heart, but she pushed back against the fear, reaching for the truth that had become so clear. "Thomas," she called out, feeling his presence beside her. "I'm here. We can fight this together." The creature hesitated, the darkness wavering as if caught between two forces. Jenna could feel the bond between her and Thomas strengthening, an invisible thread that connected them both. "Face me," Jenna shouted, her voice filled with determination. "You have no power over us." With each word, the creature recoiled, its form flickering as the light from the paintings began to illuminate the chamber. The shadows shrank back, retreating from the brightness that Jenna had summoned. The whispers intensified, a chorus of voices rising in a symphony of defiance. Jenna could feel Thomas beside her, his spirit intertwining with hers as they confronted the darkness together. Suddenly, the creature let out a horrifying screech, a sound that reverberated through the chamber and shook the very walls. The darkness writhed and twisted, but Jenna stood firm, holding the light of the truth like a shield against the encroaching shadows. "Thomas, you have the power to overcome this," she urged, her voice resonating with conviction. "You must believe in yourself." In that moment, the shadows began to dissipate, the grotesque figure retreating into the darkness as Thomas's spirit surged forward. Jenna felt his presence growing stronger, enveloping her in warmth and light. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice now clear and strong. "You've freed me from the chains of my own creation." As the last remnants of darkness dissolved, Jenna felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The chamber transformed, the walls brightening as the oppressive energy lifted. The paintings began to shimmer, their colors vibrant and alive. Jenna turned to the mirror, which now reflected a beautiful, sunlit landscape, a stark contrast to the darkness that had consumed it moments before. She could see Thomas's smiling face within the reflection, filled with gratitude. "Live on, Jenna," he said softly. "You've set me free. Now, you must live without fear." As his spirit faded into the light, Jenna felt a tear slip down her cheek. She had faced the darkness, and in doing so, she had not only freed Thomas but had also discovered her own strength. The storm outside began to quiet, the rain gently tapping against the window as the shadows retreated from her life. Jenna took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of the sun streaming through the now open passageway. She stepped back into the alcove, the remnants of the darkness no longer threatening. The wooden chest sat quietly, its contents now a testament to the journey she had taken. She gently placed the paintings back inside, feeling a sense of closure wash over her. With one last glance at the mirror, Jenna knew it was time to return to the world outside. She had faced her fears and come out stronger on the other side. But as she turned to leave, she heard a soft whisper echo through the chamber. "Remember, Jenna, you are never alone." Jenna stepped out of the alcove, her heart still racing from the intensity of the confrontation with the darkness. The sunlight spilled into the room, bathing everything in a warm glow that felt like a balm for her frayed nerves. The once foreboding atmosphere had transformed into a sanctuary of light and hope. As she moved toward the exit, Jenna took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the hotel's architecture. The faded wallpaper, once a canvas of despair, now seemed vibrant and alive, telling a story of resilience. Each step she took echoed in the silence, a reminder of the battle she had fought and won. Once outside, she was greeted by the serene landscape, the rain having ceased, leaving the world fresh and glistening. Jenna inhaled deeply, feeling the crisp air fill her lungs, grounding her in the reality of her surroundings. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the horizon. She could hear birds chirping, their songs a joyful contrast to the silence that had enveloped her moments before. As she wandered toward the hotel's entrance, Jenna couldn't shake the feeling that the journey wasn't entirely over. Thomas's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of the connection they had forged. The experience had changed her, illuminating parts of herself she had buried under layers of doubt and fear. Back in the lobby, Jenna noticed the receptionist, an elderly woman with kind eyes, who looked up from her book. "Ah, you're back," she said with a knowing smile. "Did you find what you were looking for?" "I think I did," Jenna replied, a smile breaking through her usually guarded expression. "But it wasn't just about the paintings. I learned something about myself, too." The woman nodded, as if she understood the deeper meaning behind Jenna's words. "Sometimes, confronting our fears reveals who we truly are. You've done something very brave, my dear." Jenna felt a warmth spread through her chest at the compliment. "Thank you. I never thought I could face something like that, but it taught me that I'm stronger than I realized." "Strength often lies in vulnerability," the receptionist said, her gaze thoughtful. "You've tapped into that strength, and it will serve you well as you move forward." With a newfound sense of clarity, Jenna decided to stay at the hotel for one more night. The thought of leaving the place that had transformed her felt too abrupt, and she wanted to savor this moment of healing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jenna took a stroll around the hotel grounds, now enveloped in the soft embrace of twilight. The gardens were in bloom, and the fragrant flowers danced gently in the evening breeze. Each blossom felt like a celebration of life, a reminder of the beauty that existed even after darkness. Jenna found a bench nestled beneath a blooming cherry tree and sat down, allowing herself to reflect on the events of the past few days. The weight of her past fears began to lift, replaced by a sense of purpose. She pulled out her journal and began to write, capturing the essence of her journey, the lessons learned, and the indomitable spirit of Thomas that would forever reside within her. As she wrote, Jenna felt a presence beside her. Glancing up, she saw a figure walking through the garden. An artist, perhaps, or a guest with a camera, capturing the beauty of the sunset. It was a man, tall and slender, with curly hair that caught the last rays of sunlight. He paused, looking toward her with a curious smile. "Is this spot taken?" he asked, his voice warm and inviting. "No, please join me," Jenna replied, feeling an instant connection to him. There was something about his presence that felt comforting, as if they had known each other for ages. As he sat down, Jenna noticed his sketchbook, filled with intricate drawings of the hotel and its surroundings. "You're an artist?" she inquired, intrigued. "Yes, I am. I've been staying here for a few days, soaking in the inspiration this place offers," he said, glancing at her journal. "And what about you? What brings you to this enchanting hotel?" Jenna hesitated for a moment, but the openness in his eyes encouraged her to share her story. "I came here seeking something, a place to escape and reflect. But I found much more than that. I confronted some shadows from my past." "Sounds profound," he said, his interest piqued. "I believe that places hold energy, stories waiting to be uncovered. It seems you've uncovered a powerful one." Jenna smiled, feeling a spark of connection with him. "I have. It was a journey through darkness, but it led me to a brighter place within myself." They spent the evening talking, sharing stories, and discovering mutual interests in art and literature. The man's name was Alex, and Jenna found herself laughing and feeling at ease, a stark contrast to the heavy burdens she had carried just days before. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Jenna realized how fortunate she was to have met someone who understood the beauty of transformation. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and she felt a bond forming between them, a friendship that held the potential for something more. "I'm grateful for this evening," Jenna said, her heart feeling lighter than it had in ages. "It's been a long time since I felt this at peace." Alex smiled, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight. "We all have our battles, but finding light amidst the darkness makes us stronger. I'm glad you found your light, Jenna." As they continued to talk, Jenna couldn't help but feel a sense of hope for the future. She had faced her fears and emerged triumphant, and now she had the opportunity to embrace new beginnings. The shadows that had once haunted her were fading, replaced by the possibility of connection, growth, and creativity. The night wore on, and as they parted ways, Jenna felt an exhilarating sense of anticipation. She had found strength in vulnerability, a deep connection with Thomas, and now a potential friendship with Alex. Her heart brimmed with gratitude, and she silently promised herself to embrace whatever came next. Returning to her room, Jenna took one last look at the paintings that had brought her to this moment. Each brushstroke held a piece of her journey, a testament to the power of art and connection. As she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she knew she was no longer alone. The shadows had receded, and the light within her burned bright, a beacon guiding her toward a future filled with hope and possibility. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The echo of footsteps reverberated through the empty hallway, bouncing off the faded, peeling wallpaper and the cold, unwelcoming tiles. Sarah paused mid-stride, her breath catching in her throat as she turned to glance behind her. The hallway was dimly lit, illuminated only by the flickering overhead lights, and the air was thick with an unsettling stillness. There was no one else around, at least that's what she thought. She shook her head, willing herself to dismiss the sensation that clawed at her spine. After all, it was just another late night at the old high school where she worked as a history teacher. The building was nearly deserted, the usual bustle of students replaced by the haunting silence of a place abandoned after hours. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't alone. As Sarah resumed her walk, the sounds of her footsteps seemed overly loud, punctuating the oppressive quiet. The hallway stretched out before her, long and narrow, lined with faded lockers that had once housed the hopes and dreams of countless students. Now, they stood as silent sentinels, holding only memories of laughter and learning. She tried to focus on the comforting thoughts of her students, the stories she would share with them tomorrow, but the unnerving sensation of being watched crept back into her mind. The school had its fair share of ghost stories. Tales of a former student who had mysteriously vanished years ago, whispers of flickering lights and sudden drafts, and the chilling sound of footsteps echoing in the dead of night. Most of her colleagues brushed them off as nothing more than urban legends, but Sarah had always been a curious soul, intrigued by the supernatural. She'd read countless accounts of hauntings and had even spent a few nights at allegedly haunted locations. But this was different. This was her workplace. Shaking off her unease, Sarah turned the corner toward the art room, her sanctuary amidst the chaos of teaching. She often spent her evenings there, grading papers or preparing for the week ahead. As she reached for the doorknob, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed behind her once more. This time closer, almost hurried. Panic surged within her, and she hesitated, her heart racing as the hairs on the back of her neck stood on end. "Hello," she called out, her voice trembling slightly. The only response was the soft creak of the floorboards beneath her feet, a mocking silence that made her skin crawl. Was it just her imagination? Or was there truly someone, or something, lurking in the shadows? Taking a deep breath, Sarah opened the door to the art room, stepping inside and closing it behind her with a firm click. The room was awash in warm, inviting light, filled with the scents of paint and turpentine. Here, surrounded by the vibrant colors and the remnants of creativity, she felt a measure of safety. She tossed her bag onto the nearest table, shaking off the lingering feeling of dread. As she settled into her familiar routine, she found herself distracted by the echoes of footsteps outside the door. The sound was persistent, a rhythmic reminder that she was not alone. It was strange. Her colleagues had all left hours ago, and she was certain she had locked the front doors when she arrived. With a frown, she approached the door, pressing her ear against it to listen. Nothing, just silence. But then, there it was again, soft, almost hesitant footsteps pacing back and forth in the hallway. A chill swept through her, and she stepped back, her heart pounding. She considered calling the school security, but the thought of sounding foolish held her back. Instead, she grabbed her phone and sent a quick text to her friend Lily, hoping for some distraction. "Hey, are you still up? I'm at the school, and I keep hearing footsteps in the hallway. It's creepy." She waited for a response, but the minutes dragged on, and the footsteps continued, a relentless reminder of her solitude. Finally, her phone buzzed, and she quickly opened the message. "You're imagining things. It's an old building. Just go home." Sarah rolled her eyes, but couldn't help the smile that crept onto her face. Lily was right. She was likely letting her imagination get the best of her. Yet, as she turned to return to her work, the footsteps paused. An eerie stillness settled over the hallway, leaving an unsettling void that made her skin prickle. Deciding it was time to put an end to the odd occurrences, Sarah gathered her things and took one last look around the art room. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The vibrant colors that usually brought her joy now felt muted, overshadowed by an inexplicable sense of foreboding. With a sigh, she opened the door and stepped back into the hallway. The flickering lights cast long shadows, dancing along the walls as she moved. The footsteps had ceased, replaced by an oppressive silence that felt suffocating. Just as she began to relax, a sudden chill swept through the air, raising goosebumps on her arms. Then she heard it, a soft whisper that seemed to weave through the air, almost too faint to discern. It was a voice, feminine and distant, calling her name. "Sarah." Her heart raced as she turned on her heel, peering into the darkness that enveloped the hallway. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice wavering slightly. There was no answer, just the sound of her own heartbeat pounding in her ears. Determined to face whatever lay ahead, she took a few cautious steps forward, feeling the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on her. Each footfall echoed ominously, as if the very building itself was warning her to turn back. But curiosity propelled her forward. She had to know what was happening. The whispers grew louder, swirling around her, echoing off the walls like a haunting melody. "Sarah," they beckoned her, luring her deeper into the heart of the school. As she continued down the corridor, the lights flickered violently, plunging her into darkness for a heartbeat before returning to their erratic glow. A sense of urgency gripped her, and she hurried her pace, desperate to discover the source of the strange occurrences. She approached the end of the hallway, where a heavy wooden door stood ajar. A sliver of light seeped through the crack, illuminating the words "Historical Archives" engraved on the door. With a surge of determination, Sarah pushed the door open, her heart pounding in her chest. Inside, the room was filled with stacks of dusty boxes and shelves lined with old yearbooks and memorabilia. The air was thick with the smell of aged paper, and Sarah felt as if she had stepped back in time. She took a deep breath, grounding herself amidst the historical remnants of her school. Suddenly, she heard it again, the sound of footsteps, this time inside the archives. They were soft yet purposeful, echoing off the walls, drawing her attention deeper into the room. With cautious steps, she made her way further in, her pulse quickening with every sound. "Who's there?" she called out once more, her voice steadier this time. The footsteps halted abruptly, and an eerie silence filled the room. Sarah strained to hear anything beyond the pounding of her heart. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerged, hazy and indistinct, as if the light struggled to grasp its form. "Sarah," the voice whispered again, echoing through the room like a spectral breeze. Frozen in place, Sarah felt a mixture of fear and fascination. She knew she should be terrified, yet there was an inexplicable pull toward this apparition. Was it a trick of her mind, or something more? "Who are you?" she managed to ask, her voice trembling. The figure moved closer, revealing more of its features. It was a young woman, her eyes filled with an indescribable sadness. "I've been waiting for someone to listen," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Sarah's heart raced. "Listen to what?" The apparition sighed, a sound filled with both longing and despair. "To my story, the story of the hallways that hold so much pain." Sarah felt an overwhelming urge to understand. "Tell me, I'm here." And with that, she stepped forward, drawn into the depths of the mystery that lay hidden within the walls of her school. The echoes of silence transformed into a haunting narrative, and in that moment, Sarah knew her life was about to change forever. The room felt colder as the apparition stepped closer, the air thick with unspoken stories and lingering sorrow. Sarah found herself mesmerized by the ghostly figure, whose presence seemed to flicker like the dim lights overhead. Every detail about her was ethereal. The faded dress she wore appeared as if it had been plucked from a bygone era, its colors muted, yet hauntingly beautiful. The woman's long hair cascaded down her shoulders, swaying gently as she moved. "Who are you?" Sarah asked, her voice steady despite the fear coiling in her stomach. "What happened to you?" The spirit's gaze pierced through the shadows, locking onto Sarah's with a profound sadness. "I was once a student here, much like you. My name was Eliza. I loved this school, but I never had the chance to share my story." The revelation hit Sarah like a wave. "Eliza, you were the girl from the stories, the one who disappeared." Eliza nodded slowly, her expression solemn. "They all thought I ran away, that I chose to leave this place behind. But that's not the truth. I was trapped by the very walls that hold my memories." Confusion swirled within Sarah, mingling with a sense of empathy for this lost soul. "Trapped? How?" The apparition sighed deeply, and in that moment, the air seemed to grow heavy with her emotions. "It was years ago. I was a quiet girl, always on the fringes. I felt invisible, a mere shadow in the halls. One night, after a long day of classes, I stumbled upon something hidden in the school's archives, an old diary that spoke of dark secrets and tragedies that had taken place within these walls." Eliza's voice quivered as she recounted her tale, and Sarah listened intently, the world around them fading into insignificance. The diary belonged to a student from decades earlier. It detailed the pain and suffering of those who had come before me, students who felt trapped, just as I did. It spoke of a secret room hidden within the walls of the school, a place where dreams were crushed and hopes extinguished. A chill ran down Sarah's spine as she absorbed Eliza's words. "What happened after you found it?" "I became obsessed," Eliza replied, her voice growing more intense. "I needed to know more. I searched tirelessly, convinced that I could find this secret room, to understand the darkness that had plagued my peers. But as I delved deeper, I unknowingly awakened something sinister. something that had been lying dormant for years. Sarah shivered at the weight of Eliza's confession. "What did you awaken?" Eliza's face darkened, and Sarah could see a flicker of fear in her eyes. A spirit, a malevolent force that feeds on despair. It thrived on my curiosity, on my feelings of isolation. One night, it lured me into the walls. I followed the whispers, thinking I could uncover the truth. But when I reached the secret room, I was engulfed by darkness. Engulfed? Sarah echoed, her heart racing. "What do you mean?" "It consumed me," Eliza said softly, her voice trembling with emotion. "I became part of the school, an echo of my former self. I've been wandering these halls, trapped between worlds, waiting for someone who could hear my story." Desperation filled Sarah's heart as she looked into Eliza's mournful gaze. "But I'm here now. I'll help you. I can find a way to release you from this place." Eliza's expression softened, hope flickering in her eyes for the first time. "You must be careful. The spirit is cunning. It thrives on fear and despair. It won't let me go without a fight. And if you pursue this path, it may come after you too." "I'm not afraid," Sarah replied, surprising even herself with her boldness. "If there's a way to help you, I'll do whatever it takes." Eliza's smile was bittersweet, a mixture of gratitude and sorrow. "You have a brave heart, Sarah, but bravery alone may not be enough. You'll need to gather clues to uncover the truth about the school's past and the spirit that haunts it. The diary I found, it still exists. It may hold the key to everything." "Where can I find it?" Sarah asked eagerly, her determination surging. "In the old library," Eliza answered, her voice growing faint. "But it's not just a physical place. You'll need to unlock the memories buried deep within these walls. The spirit will try to mislead you, to turn you back. Stay strong and trust your instincts." With those final words, Eliza's form began to flicker, the light around her growing dim. "Remember, Sarah, every step you take will echo through time. Be mindful of the choices you make, for they may alter the course of history itself." "No, don't go," Sarah cried, reaching out to the fading apparition. "Please stay with me." But Eliza was gone, leaving only a cold breeze in her wake, the whispers of the past echoing through the room. Sarah stood alone in the archives, the weight of the knowledge she had just gained heavy on her shoulders. The air felt electric, charged with the gravity of her mission. Taking a deep breath, Sarah knew she couldn't waste time. The search for the diary would lead her deeper into the mystery, and she would need to confront the darkness that lingered within the school's walls. With a newfound sense of purpose, she made her way to the door, her heart pounding with anticipation and fear. As she stepped back into the dimly lit hallway, the echoes of her footsteps seemed to resonate with the spirits of the past, urging her onward. Each step felt significant, a connection to the countless souls who had walked these halls before her. She would uncover the truth, not just for Eliza, but for all those who had suffered in silence. As Sarah approached the old library, her mind raced with thoughts of the challenges ahead. She had to remain vigilant, for the spirit that had ensnared Eliza might still be lurking, waiting for its next victim. But she was determined. She would unravel the mysteries of the school, find the hidden diary, and finally bring peace to Eliza's restless spirit. As Sarah made her way down the long, shadowy corridor toward the old library, she felt the weight of anticipation settle over her like a heavy cloak. The wooden floor creaked beneath her feet, each sound reverberating in the stillness of the building. The air felt thick with secrets, and the whispers of Eliza lingered in her mind, a constant reminder of the journey she had embarked upon. Pushing open the heavy oak door to the library, Sarah stepped inside, her heart racing at the sight before her. Dust motes floated lazily in the beams of pale light, filtering through the grimy windows, illuminating rows upon rows of ancient bookshelves. Each shelf was a monument to the past, filled with volumes that had not been touched in years. The air was thick with the smell of old paper and leather, a scent that felt both comforting and foreboding. Her eyes scanned the room, searching for any sign of the diary Eliza had spoken of. As she walked deeper into the library, Sarah felt an inexplicable pull toward the farthest corner, where a small, dimly lit section stood apart from the rest. A sense of urgency propelled her forward, and she could feel the presence of the walls closing in, as if urging her to uncover their hidden truths. At the back of the library, Sarah discovered a narrow staircase spiraling down into darkness. An old sign, barely legible, read "Archives." A shiver ran down her spine. This was it. This must be where Eliza had found the diary. Taking a deep breath, she descended the stairs, her footsteps echoing against the stone walls, the shadows dancing around her like ghosts of the past. The archive room was smaller than she had anticipated, dimly lit by a single flickering bulb overhead. Dust blanketed everything, and the air was stale. Rows of boxes lined the walls, each labeled with dates and names that had long been forgotten. As she stepped inside, the heavy door creaked shut behind her, sealing her in the musty chamber. Sarah scanned the shelves, her heart racing as she searched for anything that resembled Eliza's diary. With each box she opened, the weight of history pressed down on her, stories of heartbreak, loss, and longing contained within each fragile page. But as she dug deeper, she found nothing but old photographs, letters, and documents, their significance lost to time. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from somewhere above, causing Sarah to jump. The sound reverberated through the building, sending a chill up her spine. "Focus," she whispered to herself. She couldn't let fear deter her from her mission. After what felt like hours of searching, Sarah came across a box labeled with a date that sent a jolt of recognition through her. It was the year Eliza had vanished. With trembling hands, she carefully lifted the lid. Inside, she found a collection of old notebooks, each filled with handwriting that seemed to dance across the pages. Among them, one notebook stood out, a weathered leather-bound diary with a lock, its cover worn but sturdy. Her heart raced as she carefully opened the diary, the pages crackling under her touch. It was Eliza's diary. Each word seemed to echo with the weight of her experiences, her hopes, and fears. The first few entries were filled with mundane details about school life, friendships, and dreams of the future. But as Sarah turned the pages, she began to uncover something darker, a transformation that mirrored Eliza's descent into obsession. The entries grew increasingly frantic, detailing Eliza's obsession with the secret room and the whispers that haunted her. Descriptions of late-night explorations filled the pages, along with sketches of strange symbols and messages that seemed to manifest in the shadows. The diary became a testament to her unraveling sanity, reflecting the malevolent presence that had taken root within her. "I can hear it now," one entry read, the ink smudged as if written in haste. "The walls are alive, whispering secrets of those who came before me. I must find the room. I must know the truth." Sarah felt a chill run down her spine as she read Eliza's desperate words. The deeper Eliza delved into the mystery, the more she became enmeshed in the darkness that lay hidden within the school. The diary spoke of nights spent wandering the halls, drawn by the whispers that echoed around her, until one fateful night, she finally discovered the secret room. As Sarah continued reading, she found an entry that made her blood run cold. "I found it. The hidden room is real. It lies beyond the walls, concealed from those who seek to forget. But I am not alone. The spirit is watching, waiting for me to make a mistake." Fear gripped Sarah as she absorbed the weight of Eliza's words. She realized that the spirit was not just a figment of Eliza's imagination, but a genuine threat that had haunted the girl and could now threaten her as well. The very same presence that had ensnared Eliza might now turn its attention to her. Closing the diary, Sarah knew she had to be cautious. The spirit that had trapped Eliza could sense her presence. If she continued to pursue the truth, she would need to be vigilant and prepared for whatever lay ahead. Determined to find the secret room and uncover the truth about the darkness that haunted Eliza and the school, Sarah returned to the staircase. The atmosphere around her felt charged, electric, as if the very walls were alive, whispering warnings of the dangers that awaited her. As she climbed the stairs back into the library, Sarah's heart raced. She could feel the spirit lurking, its presence palpable as she stepped back into the main room. The air had grown thick with an oppressive energy, and shadows flitted just beyond the corners of her vision. She forced herself to stay calm, knowing that fear could be her greatest enemy. "I need to focus," she murmured under her breath, mentally preparing herself for the challenges ahead. But as she moved toward the exit, the flickering lights overhead began to pulse, casting strange, elongated shadows across the walls. The whispers intensified, echoing in her ears, blending with the sound of her heartbeat. "Leave this place," they seemed to chant, a haunting melody of warnings. "I won't," Sarah said defiantly, her voice steady. "I'm not afraid of you." Suddenly, the lights flickered violently, plunging the library into darkness. A cold breeze swept through the room, sending a shiver down her spine. In the pitch blackness, Sarah could hear soft footsteps echoing behind her, drawing closer with each passing second. Panic surged in her chest, but she steeled herself against the fear that threatened to overtake her. As the footsteps grew louder, she turned to face whatever haunted her, her heart racing with adrenaline. "Show yourself," she called out, her voice cutting through the darkness. In that moment, the air around her shifted, and the shadows coalesced into a figure, a menacing presence, its form indistinct yet undeniably formidable. The whispers escalated into a cacophony of voices, each one more frantic than the last. "Run," one voice urged, while another screamed, "You shouldn't be here." But Sarah stood her ground, refusing to be intimidated. "I'm here to help Eliza," she shouted, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her throat. The figure hesitated, the whispers growing quieter, as if considering her words. "You seek the truth," it intoned, its voice echoing through the darkness. "But truth comes at a price." "I'm willing to pay it," Sarah replied, her heart pounding with resolve. The figure began to fade, the whispers transforming into a low hum. "Then find a room," it commanded, a warning lacing its tone. "But beware, for the truth is not what it seems. It will consume you, just as it consumed her." With those final words, the darkness receded, the library lights flickering back to life, casting shadows that danced across the walls. Sarah felt a rush of relief mixed with trepidation. She had encountered the spirit, but the warning it had given echoed in her mind. Taking a deep breath, Sarah knew she had to press on. She had the diary and a new sense of urgency. It was time to uncover the hidden room, the place where Eliza's fate had been sealed. With renewed determination, she exited the library, the diary clutched tightly in her hands. The hallway stretched before her, its atmosphere heavy with anticipation. As she stepped back into the shadows, she could feel the echoes of history surrounding her, urging her onward into the unknown. The hallways of the old school seemed to stretch endlessly before Sarah as she retraced her steps, the echoes of her previous encounter with the spirit still reverberating in her mind. Each shadow seemed to whisper her name, a constant reminder of the urgency that propelled her forward. The air felt charged with energy, and Sarah knew she was nearing the climax of her journey, where answers awaited, but danger lurked around every corner. Armed with Eliza's diary, Sarah moved with a sense of purpose, the words of the spirit ringing in her ears. "Find a room." The urgency in those words propelled her deeper into the recesses of the school, a place where the walls seemed to pulse with the memories of those who had come before her. She made her way back to the second floor, the creaking floorboards echoing her steps. The distant sound of the wind rattling the old windows added to the eerie atmosphere, heightening her senses. She needed to find the hidden room, the key to understanding Eliza's fate and perhaps her own survival. As she approached the end of the hallway, she noticed a door she had overlooked before. It was smaller than the others, almost hidden in the shadows, its paint chipped and peeling. A feeling of dread washed over her as she reached for the handle, but she pushed it aside, steeling herself. This could be it. With a deep breath, she turned the handle and pushed the door open. It creaked ominously, revealing a dimly lit room filled with dust and cobwebs. The air was thick with the scent of mold, and the faint outline of furniture, draped in white sheets, hinted at a life once lived. In the center of the room stood a large, ornate mirror, its surface clouded with age. Sarah felt an inexplicable pull toward the mirror, as if it were a portal to another world. Approaching it, she ran her fingers along its frame, feeling the coldness of the glass beneath her touch. The mirror reflected not just her image, but also the shadows lurking behind her, whispering secrets she was desperate to uncover. As she examined her reflection, a flicker of movement caught her eye. Sarah turned, heart racing, but found only emptiness behind her. The room felt alive, each creak of the floorboards and rustle of the curtains a reminder that she was not alone. She remembered the diary's mention of a hidden passage behind the mirror, a secret doorway leading to the heart of the school's mysteries. Gathering her courage, she pushed against the mirror, feeling a rush of adrenaline as it shifted slightly. With a firm shove, the mirror swung open, revealing a dark passageway that seemed to extend into infinity. The air was thick with dust, and a musty scent wafted toward her, reminiscent of long-buried secrets. Sarah hesitated for a moment, her heart pounding in her chest. This was it, the moment she had been waiting for, where she would confront the truth about Eliza and the haunting that had plagued the school for years. Stepping into the passage, she felt a rush of cold air envelop her, chilling her to the bone. The walls were lined with remnants of the past. Old photographs, yellowed letters, and tattered scraps of fabric that hinted at lives once lived within these walls. As she ventured deeper, the whispers began again, echoing through the narrow corridor. "Help us," a voice pleaded, its tone filled with despair. "Find the truth." "Who are you?" Sarah called out, her voice echoing in the silence. "What happened here?" But the only response was the sound of her own heartbeat, reverberating in the oppressive stillness. She pressed on, the darkness closing in around her as she navigated the narrow passageway, the walls seeming to shift and change, creating an otherworldly maze. Eventually, the corridor opened up into a larger room, dimly lit by flickering candles that lined the walls. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, a sense of something waiting for her in the shadows. In the center of the room stood an old wooden table, covered in dust and scattered papers. The walls were adorned with symbols similar to those Eliza had sketched in her diary, and an overwhelming feeling of déjà vu washed over Sarah. As she approached the table, she felt a chill sweep through the room, and the candles flickered violently. A figure emerged from the shadows, its outline blurred and indistinct. It was neither fully human nor fully ghostly, existing in a state between the two. The presence filled the room with a palpable energy, and Sarah's heart raced as she realized that this was no ordinary spirit. It was the spirit that had haunted Eliza. "Why are you here?" the figure demanded, its voice a haunting melody that sent chills down her spine. "You should not have come." "I'm here to find out what happened to Eliza," Sarah replied, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her veins. "I need to know the truth." The spirit's form flickered, as if caught between realms. Eliza sought knowledge, but she did not understand the cost. The truth is not something to be taken lightly. It can consume those who seek it. "I'm willing to face whatever it takes," Sarah declared, determination burning in her chest. "I need to understand." The spirit studied her for a moment, the tension in the room palpable. "Very well, but be warned, the truth can shatter the mind. You may not return from this journey." With a wave of its hand, the spirit gestured toward the table. The scattered papers began to swirl around, coalescing into a single document. It landed softly in front of Sarah, the ink still fresh as if it had just been written. She recognized Eliza's handwriting, her heart racing at the realization that she was about to uncover the final secrets of Eliza's fate. Sarah picked up the document, her eyes scanning the words that seemed to pulse with energy. It detailed Eliza's final nights in the school, her descent into obsession, and the culmination of her efforts to uncover the truth about the hidden room. But the last entry sent a jolt of fear through her. The whispers are growing louder. "I can feel the darkness closing in. It is not just a spirit. It is something ancient and powerful. I fear I may not survive this. If anyone finds this, please warn them." As she read the chilling words, the room around her began to tremble, the walls shaking as if the very foundation of the school was reacting to the revelation. The whispers intensified, morphing into a chaotic symphony of voices that echoed in her mind. "Leave while you can," they screamed. "It's too late." "No," Sarah shouted, her voice breaking through the cacophony. "I will not run away. I will face this." The spirit's form shifted, darkening as the energy in the room surged. You cannot defy the truth. It will consume you as it did Eliza. You must choose. Leave now or embrace the darkness. As the shadows closed in, Sarah felt the weight of her decision pressing down on her. The knowledge she sought was within her grasp, but the cost was becoming painfully clear. I refuse to back down, she declared, her voice steady. I will uncover the truth, no matter the cost. With those words, the room erupted into chaos. Shadows surged around her, the whispers drowning out her thoughts. The spirit's form flickered dangerously, its voice a growl of rage. Then prepare to face the consequences. Suddenly, the ground beneath her shook violently, and Sarah stumbled backward, her heart racing as she tried to maintain her balance. The shadows clawed at her, reaching out with ghostly hands, pulling her toward the abyss that loomed before her. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, she remembered Eliza's words from the diary. The truth is powerful, but so is the light. Drawing on her inner strength, Sarah closed her eyes and focused on the light within her, a spark of determination that refused to be extinguished. She envisioned a barrier of light surrounding her, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. "Leave me be," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. "I will not be consumed." With that declaration, a surge of energy exploded around her, a brilliant light illuminating the room and pushing back the shadows. The spirit wailed in protest, the darkness fracturing and retreating as the light enveloped her. As the shadows receded, Sarah felt the weight of the room shift. The echoes of the whispers grew faint, replaced by a profound silence. The spirit faded, its form dissipating into the air, leaving Sarah alone in the dimly lit room. Breathless and trembling, Sarah opened her eyes, the realization dawning on her. She had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but the battle was not yet over. The truth lay within her grasp, but she needed to tread carefully, for the shadows would not rest easily. With renewed determination, Sarah looked around the room, her heart racing as she prepared to continue her quest. She had one more piece to uncover: the true nature of the spirit and the secrets that lay beyond the veil. The silence in the room felt deafening as Sarah stood amidst the remnants of the spirit's dark presence. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows against the walls, but the oppressive weight of fear that had suffocated her moments ago had lifted. She knew that she had to move forward. The answers she sought were still waiting to be uncovered. As Sarah caught her breath, the remnants of Eliza's diary lay open on the table, revealing more secrets. She returned her focus to the final entries, skimming the pages filled with hastily scrawled notes and frantic sketches. Eliza had documented her descent into obsession, detailing how the whispers had started as mere murmurs in the night, but escalated into something far more sinister. A particular phrase caught Sarah's eye. "The heart of the school is not in its halls, but in its walls." The meaning behind those words twisted in her mind as she contemplated the significance of the hidden room and the dark spirit that had haunted Eliza. What truth was waiting for her within those walls? Driven by an urgent need to understand, Sarah began to search the room for clues, examining the old photographs and yellowed letters that adorned the table. One photo stood out. A group of students posed in front of the school, Eliza among them, her smile bright yet tinged with a hint of something unsettling. Behind them, the building loomed ominously, its shadow stretching long and foreboding. "Why did you dig too deep, Eliza?" Sarah whispered to herself, her fingers tracing the outline of Eliza's face in the photograph. It was clear that Eliza had uncovered something about the school, something that had put her in danger. The whispers she had heard in her own journey had grown louder, drawing her back to the very place where it all began. As Sarah examined the other photographs, she noticed one in particular, a close-up of a small, ornate key hanging on a chain. Beneath it, scribbled in Eliza's hurried handwriting, were the words, "The key to the truth lies within." With renewed resolve, Sarah looked around the room, searching for anything that resembled the key in the photograph. Her heart raced as she scanned the dusty surfaces, the shadows casting treacherous forms around her. Time was slipping away, and the urgency to unveil the truth propelled her forward. The room felt alive with secrets, and she could feel the whispers growing stronger, urging her to keep searching. Sarah's eyes darted around, landing on an old trunk in the corner, its lock rusted and covered in dust. Without hesitation, she rushed toward it, heart pounding with anticipation. As she knelt before the trunk, she felt a rush of adrenaline. What if this was it? What if the key was inside? She fumbled with the lock, and with a firm pull it sprang open. Inside, she found an assortment of forgotten treasures, dusty books, torn papers, and an array of odd trinkets that hinted at the lives once lived in the school. But what caught her eye was a small wooden box, intricately carved and adorned with symbols she recognized from Eliza's diary. It felt as if it were calling to her, a vessel of secrets that had long been hidden from the world. With trembling hands, Sarah lifted the box from the trunk, the weight of it significant in her palms. She noticed a tiny keyhole at the front, identical to the one in the photograph. This was it. This was the moment she had been waiting for. As she searched through the remnants of the trunk, her fingers finally brushed against something cool and metallic. She pulled out a small key, its surface etched with the same symbols that decorated the box. Heart racing, she inserted the key into the lock, a sense of destiny washing over her. With a click, the box opened, and Sarah gasped at the contents inside. Nestled within was a collection of letters, each one yellowed with age, along with a small pendant resembling the school. The letters were addressed to Eliza, revealing the dark history of the school and its hidden past. As she began to read, her heart sank. The letters detailed a tragic story of a student who had gone missing years ago, the whispers of their fate echoing through the hallways ever since. Eliza had uncovered the truth, a cover-up by the school's administration, hiding the reality of what had transpired. With each letter, the truth unfolded like a dark tapestry woven with secrets. The student, trapped within the walls of the school, had become a restless spirit, seeking justice for the injustice done to them. Eliza had unwittingly awakened the spirit, leading to her own demise. But the final letter struck a chord deep within Sarah, a chilling message from Eliza to anyone who might uncover her findings. The truth is powerful, but it demands a price. Be careful what you seek. Tears welled in Sarah's eyes as she realized the gravity of what she had discovered. Eliza's journey had led to her own tragic fate, but Sarah was determined to break the cycle. She would not allow the darkness to claim another innocent life. As she processed this revelation, a loud crash echoed through the room, jolting her from her thoughts. The walls trembled as the spirit's presence surged back, anger radiating through the air. The whispers morphed into a deafening roar, drowning out her thoughts and filling the room with chaos. "Why did you uncover the truth? You should have left it buried," the spirit cried, its form flickering menacingly. "I won't let you continue to haunt this place," Sarah shouted, her voice strong despite the fear coursing through her veins. "You deserve peace, just like Eliza." The spirit writhed in agony, the energy in the room crackling with tension. "Peace? How can I have peace when the truth is hidden? You must choose. Reveal my story, or become a part of it." Sarah's heart raced as she faced the spirit, the weight of her decision heavy on her shoulders. The truth she had uncovered could either liberate the spirit or bind her to this fate forever. "I will tell your story," she declared, her voice unwavering. "I will make sure everyone knows what happened here." The spirit hesitated, its form flickering between rage and hope. "You would do this for me?" it asked, its voice softer now. "Yes," Sarah replied, determination burning in her chest. "You deserve to be remembered, to have your story told. I won't let the darkness win." As she spoke those words, the energy in the room shifted. The spirit began to glow, the anger slowly dissipating as a sense of calm washed over it. The shadows that had once threatened to consume Sarah retreated, revealing the light of hope that had begun to emerge. "Then tell my story," the spirit whispered, its voice now a mere echo of its former self. "Set me free." With those final words, the spirit shimmered and then faded, leaving behind an ethereal glow that enveloped the room. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and Sarah felt a sense of peace settle over her. As she stood in the dimly lit room, surrounded by the remnants of the past, she knew that her journey was far from over. She had uncovered the truth, but now it was time to share it with the world. The whispers of the school would no longer be confined to the shadows. They would be heard, and the stories of the lost would finally be told. With renewed determination, Sarah gathered Eliza's letters and the pendant, knowing they were the keys to revealing the school's hidden history. She left the room, stepping back into the hallway that had once felt suffocating, but now seemed alive with possibility. As she walked, the memories of the school faded into the background, replaced by a sense of purpose. She would share Eliza's story and honor the spirits trapped within the walls, bringing light to the darkness that had shrouded the school for far too long. As Sarah exited the school, the night sky stretched above her, stars twinkling like beacons of hope. She felt a sense of liberation, knowing that she had faced her fears and emerged victorious. The journey had changed her, and she was ready to embrace the future, one filled with the promise of storytelling and the commitment to remember those who had been forgotten. As she made her way home, she felt the echoes of the past whispering behind her, a reminder that the stories we tell hold the power to heal, to connect, and to illuminate the shadows that linger in our lives. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The early morning light filtered through the curtains, casting soft rays that danced across the bedroom walls. Lucy stirred, blinking against the brightness that announced the start of another day. She stretched, a wave of comfort washing over her as she savored the warmth of her cozy bed. Yet, as she turned to face the mirror above her dresser, an unsettling sensation prickled at the back of her mind. Lucy had always taken pride in her reflection, her bright hazel eyes, wavy chestnut hair, and the infectious smile that had the power to brighten even the gloomiest of days. This morning, however, there was something different, something unshakable. As she swung her legs over the side of the bed and padded across the cool wooden floor, the air felt heavy, thick with a strange tension that made her skin crawl. She stood in front of the mirror, her heartbeat steadying as she admired her reflection. But a flicker of doubt brushed her mind. Was it just her imagination, or did the reflection seem off? Lucy leaned closer, scrutinizing the details of her face, searching for any signs of distortion. Everything appeared as it should be. The gentle curve of her smile, the slight blush on her cheeks, but an unsettling feeling lingered, whispering that something was amiss. Shaking her head, Lucy dismissed the notion. She had always been a little superstitious, prone to reading too much into the strange occurrences that life threw her way. Yet, the sensation refused to fade. As she finished her morning routine, the feeling of being watched intensified, a shadow lurking just beyond her awareness. Once she was dressed and ready, Lucy made her way to the kitchen. The familiar sense of coffee brewing and the sound of toast popping filled the air, a welcome comfort that grounded her. Yet, even as she poured herself a steaming cup of coffee, the unease gnawed at her insides. She glanced back toward the mirror in the hallway, but this time she couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her. Maybe I just need to get out more, she muttered to herself, trying to rationalize her discomfort. The thought of exploring the town's farmer's market later that day filled her with a sense of excitement. It was just what she needed to clear her mind. After breakfast, Lucy decided to tidy up her room before heading out. As she began to make her bed, her eyes drifted back to the mirror. For a brief moment, she could have sworn her reflection looked different. The smile seemed more pronounced, almost mischievous. Shaking her head in disbelief, she turned away, focusing on the task at hand. With the room tidy and her mind filled with thoughts of fresh produce and vibrant flowers, Lucy finally grabbed her bag and headed out the door. The sunlight greeted her warmly, and the world outside felt alive with possibilities. The day held promise, yet the feeling of unease lingered in the back of her mind like a persistent shadow. As Lucy wandered through the bustling market, she reveled in the sights and sounds, the vibrant colors of fruits and vegetables, the laughter of children, and the cheerful chatter of neighbors catching up on the latest news. The fresh air invigorated her spirit, yet there was still that nagging sensation that something was waiting for her back home. Later that evening, after a delightful day spent among friends and laughter, Lucy returned to her house, the light dimming as the sun dipped below the horizon. As she stepped inside, She felt the familiar weight of anxiety settle on her shoulders again. Something felt off. She trudged up the stairs, the creak of the old wood echoing in the silence. With each step, the tension in her chest grew heavier, and by the time she reached her room, she hesitated before entering. The mirror loomed, an imposing presence that seemed to beckon her. Taking a deep breath, Lucy pushed the door open and stepped inside. The mirror reflected her as she approached, but there was a distinct difference now. Instead of her usual bright-eyed self, the reflection appeared dull and lifeless, the smile gone, replaced by an expression of unsettling stillness. Her heart raced as she stared into the glass, a chill creeping up her spine. "Stop it, Lucy. You're just tired," she whispered to herself, desperately trying to rationalize the unease. Yet, as she reached out to touch the mirror, her breath caught in her throat. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool surface, she felt a strange vibration, a pulse that resonated through her hand and into her body. Suddenly, the reflection shifted, and her heart stopped. Instead of mirroring her movements, it remained motionless, staring back at her with a disconcerting intensity. Lucy recoiled, stumbling backward as the reality of what she was seeing sunk in. Her reflection didn't move. It was as if it was separate from her, watching, waiting. Panic surged through her as she turned away, desperate to escape the sight. She could feel the weight of the reflection pressing down on her, a tangible presence that filled the room with a chilling energy. Taking a few steps back, Lucy glanced at the mirror again, but it was still. Her heart raced as she fought against the impulse to flee, a battle between fear and curiosity waging within her. "Okay, this isn't happening," she muttered, shaking her head as if to clear the bizarre vision from her mind. But when she dared to look again, her reflection remained unmoved, eerily calm and aware. It was as if it were waiting for her to make the next move. A surge of adrenaline propelled her forward, and Lucy reached for her phone, flicking through her contacts in a frantic attempt to ground herself in reality. She dialed her best friend, Emma, and paced the room as the phone rang, desperately trying to find solace in the familiar sound of Emma's voice. "Hey Lucy, how was the market?" Emma answered cheerfully, but Lucy could barely respond, her mind racing with the events of the evening. "Emma, something weird is happening," Lucy stammered, glancing nervously at the mirror. "My reflection, it didn't move. I think there's something wrong with my mirror." There was a pause on the other end of the line before Emma replied, her tone shifting to concern. "What do you mean it didn't move? Are you okay?" Lucy took a deep breath, trying to articulate her feelings. "I don't know. I just came home, and when I looked in the mirror, my reflection was just still. It's like it was watching me." Emma's voice softened, a soothing presence through the phone. "Lucy, maybe you're just tired or stressed. Have you been sleeping well?" "Not really," Lucy admitted, her pulse racing. "But this feels different. I can't shake this feeling." "Okay, how about I come over?" Emma suggested. "I'll bring some snacks, and we can watch a movie or something. It might help take your mind off things." "Yeah, that sounds good," Lucy replied, grateful for her friend's support. "Just hurry, please." As Lucy ended the call, she felt a flicker of comfort. Emma would be there soon, but the dread in the pit of her stomach refused to dissipate. She stole another glance at the mirror, and for a brief moment, she thought she saw her reflection smirk, a chilling expression that sent shivers down her spine. The minutes felt like hours as Lucy waited, anxiety coiling tighter within her. She paced the room, trying to distract herself from the impending dread. With each passing moment, the shadows lengthened, and the atmosphere grew heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. When Emma finally arrived, she burst through the door, her infectious energy instantly lightening the room. "All right, let's find a good movie and forget about everything else," she declared, her laughter breaking the tension that had settled around Lucy. As they settled onto the couch, Lucy attempted to focus on the film, but her gaze kept drifting back to the mirror. Emma noticed her distracted demeanor and frowned, concern creeping into her features. "Hey, you okay?" "Yeah, just a weird day," Lucy replied, forcing a smile as she turned her attention to the screen. But even as they laughed and joked, the nagging feeling lingered, a reminder of the strange presence waiting in the room. As the credits rolled and laughter filled the air, Lucy found herself feeling lighter, the shadows of her unease starting to fade. But just as she began to relax, the lights flickered, plunging the room into darkness for a brief moment. The silence that followed was thick, and Lucy felt her heart leap into her throat. "Did you see that?" Emma asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Yeah," Lucy replied, trying to shake off the unsettling feeling. "It's probably just a power surge." But as the lights flickered back to life, Lucy caught sight of the mirror again. To her horror, the reflection remained still, an unsettling presence watching from the glass. Her heart raced, fear flooding her veins as she realized that the calmness she had felt moments ago was now overshadowed by dread. "Lucy," Emma called out, concern etched on her face as she followed Lucy's gaze. "What's wrong?" Lucy hesitated, torn between the desire to share her fears and the instinct to protect her friend from the darkness that loomed. "It's just my reflection. It's not moving," she finally admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Emma turned to the mirror, her brow furrowed in confusion. "You mean like, it's frozen?" Lucy nodded, her heart pounding. "I know it sounds crazy, but it's like it's alive, and it's watching us." Emma stepped closer, peering into the glass. "I don't see anything weird. Are you sure you're not just imagining things?" But just as she spoke, the mirror seemed to shimmer, and Lucy felt a pulse of energy radiate from the glass, a sensation that made the hair on her arms stand on end. The reflection flickered again, and for a fleeting moment, Lucy thought she saw her own eyes widen in fear, echoing the terror that coursed through her. "Lucy, I think we should," Emma started, but before she could finish her sentence, the mirror erupted with a deafening crack. Lucy screamed as shards of glass flew across the room, a chaotic shower of reflection that sent them both stumbling backward. The once familiar space felt alien, the air charged with an energy that made it hard to breathe. Emma grabbed Lucy's hand, pulling her away from the shattered remnants of the mirror. "What the hell was that?" Emma gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "I don't know," Lucy cried, panic surging through her. "We need to get out of here." As they hurried down the hallway, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that something was following them, a shadow lurking just beyond the corner of her vision. The night stretched out ahead, dark and foreboding, and as they burst through the front door into the cool night air, the weight of the unknown pressed heavily on their chests. "What do we do?" Emma asked, breathless and wide-eyed as they stood on the porch, the shattered mirror glinting ominously behind them. "I don't know, but we can't go back in there," Lucy replied, fear tightening her throat. "Whatever was in that mirror, it's not just a reflection anymore." With that, they took their first steps into the unknown, the shadows of the past looming behind them as they ventured forward into the chilling darkness of the night, unaware of the horrors that awaited them in the depths of their own reflections. As Lucy and Emma stepped away from the house, the weight of the night pressed down on them, the darkness wrapping around their shoulders like a shroud. They moved swiftly down the quiet street, the faint glow of streetlights casting flickering shadows on the pavement. Each step felt like a small victory, a move away from the unseen terror that lurked in Lucy's home. "Where do we go?" Emma asked, glancing nervously over her shoulder, as if expecting to see the remnants of the shattered mirror follow them. Lucy didn't have an answer. "Maybe we can go to the diner on Main Street. It's always open," she suggested, hoping to find comfort in the familiar. "Good idea," Emma replied, her voice steadying. "Let's just keep moving." As they walked, the adrenaline began to fade, replaced by a bone-deep fatigue. The streets were eerily quiet, the only sounds being the crunch of gravel beneath their shoes and the occasional rustle of leaves in the trees above. Each moment felt stretched, time slipping away like sand through their fingers. When they finally reached the diner, its neon sign flickered invitingly, a beacon in the night. They pushed through the glass door, the bell above jingling cheerfully, a stark contrast to the tension that still hung heavily around them. The interior was warm and bright, filled with the comforting scent of coffee and greasy fries. They slid into a booth near the window, the glow of the diner's lights casting a soft halo around them. For a moment, the chaos of the night seemed to fade, replaced by the mundane chatter of the few other patrons. But Lucy couldn't shake the feeling of dread that clung to her. nor the lingering image of her reflection that had stayed motionless while the world moved around it. "Okay, let's order some food and just try to breathe," Emma suggested, her hands wrapped around her coffee cup, seeking warmth. Lucy nodded, grateful for her friend's presence. As they scanned the menu, she tried to focus on the comforting options before her, but the heaviness in her chest remained. "Are you sure you're okay?" Emma asked, concern etching her features. "You look really pale. I can't stop thinking about what happened back there. My reflection, it felt alive, Emma. Like it wanted something from me," Lucy admitted, her voice shaking slightly. Emma frowned, searching Lucy's eyes for the truth. "Maybe it was just a trick of the light or your mind playing games with you. You've had a long day." "I thought so too." But when it cracked, Lucy's words trailed off, the memory flooding back, vivid and terrifying. "Maybe we should call someone," Emma suggested, her voice firm. "Like a psychic or a ghost expert. They could help us figure this out." Lucy shook her head, feeling a mix of skepticism and fear. "I don't even know if I believe in that stuff, but I feel like whatever is going on is something more than just a broken mirror." Just then, the waitress arrived with their orders, the steaming plates cutting through the tension with a delightful aroma. They exchanged nervous smiles, grateful for the distraction. As they ate, the conversation shifted to lighter topics: old memories, shared laughter, the dreams they had for the future. Yet, even amidst the comfort of familiarity, Lucy felt the weight of their earlier experience settle over them like a storm cloud. After a while, they fell into silence, each lost in their thoughts. Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. As she glanced out the window, the streetlights flickered ominously, and the shadows seemed to dance unnaturally along the pavement. "I wish we could just forget about it," Emma finally said, breaking the silence. "Me too," Lucy replied, her gaze still fixed outside. "But what if it comes back? What if it's not just a mirror?" "I guess we can't stay here forever," Emma replied, her voice a mix of resolve and apprehension. "We have to go back eventually, don't we?" Lucy nodded, the truth settling in her gut like a stone. "Yeah, but I don't want to face it alone." "Then we won't. We'll face it together," Emma reassured her, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. With their plates nearly empty, they settled the bill and stepped back outside into the cool night air. The diner's neon sign cast a hazy glow around them, but the shadows seemed to creep closer, wrapping them in an unsettling embrace. As they walked back towards Lucy's house, the silence felt oppressive, the darkness pressing in on them from all sides. The road ahead seemed longer, the shadows dancing just out of sight. When they finally reached the front door, Lucy hesitated, her heart racing as she looked at the house. The broken shards of the mirror lay scattered inside, glinting like teeth in the moonlight. "Are you ready?" Emma asked, her voice steady, though Lucy could see the flicker of fear in her eyes. "No," Lucy replied honestly, swallowing hard. But there was no turning back now. They stepped inside, the door creaking ominously as it closed behind them. The air felt different, charged with energy, and Lucy could sense the tension coiling around them like a living entity. The remnants of the shattered mirror lay in a chaotic scatter across the floor, glinting menacingly in the dim light. As they stood in the hallway, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them. "Let's get this over with," she said, taking a deep breath as she stepped toward her bedroom, Emma right beside her. With each step, the atmosphere grew heavier, a suffocating weight pressing down on them. Lucy's heart raced as she pushed open the door to her room, the familiar sight of her sanctuary now twisted into something foreign. The mirror was gone, but the sense of its presence lingered, filling the room with an oppressive energy that made it hard to breathe. They cautiously approached the spot where the mirror had stood, the floor littered with shards of glass that seemed to shimmer with a sinister light. "We need to clean this up," Emma said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Yeah," Lucy replied, but as they began to pick up the shards, she felt a cold wind sweep through the room, extinguishing the light and plunging them into darkness. "Lucy!" Emma's voice trembled as they both froze, fear gripping them like a vice. The darkness felt alive, swirling around them, and Lucy could hear it, a faint whisper, echoing in the silence. It was soft at first, almost indistinguishable. But as the wind picked up, the whispers grew louder, coiling around them like a serpent. "Lucy," Emma gasped, grabbing her arm. "What is that?" "I don't know," Lucy whispered, her heart racing. "We need to get out." They stumbled backward, but as they turned to flee, the door slammed shut with a deafening bang, trapping them inside the room. "Lucy, what's happening?" Emma cried, panic rising in her voice. The whispers morphed into laughter, a chilling sound that reverberated through the air, twisting their fear into something palpable. "Get away from me," Lucy shouted, her voice breaking as she frantically searched for a way out. But the room was closing in, the walls pulsing with an energy that felt both familiar and foreign. Then, out of the darkness, a figure began to take shape. It was a reflection, yet not quite, its features distorted and twisted. "No, get away," Lucy screamed, backing against the wall as the figure advanced. "Lucy," the reflection called, its voice eerily echoing through the chamber. "I've been waiting for you." Lucy's breath caught in her throat as the realization hit her. The darkness wasn't just a shadow. It was a part of her, a fragment that had been unleashed and now sought to reclaim what it had lost. "Lucy, we have to go," Emma urged, grabbing her arm as the figure reached out, a hand stretching toward them. "Run," Lucy yelled, and they bolted for the door, but the darkness surged forward, blocking their escape. As they turned, the figure loomed closer, its laughter ringing in their ears, echoing their fears. It was her reflection, but it wasn't her at all. "We can't stay here," Emma shouted, pulling Lucy toward the window. With a burst of adrenaline, Lucy smashed through the glass, the shards flying outward as they tumbled into the night. They landed on the grass outside, gasping for air as the weight of the house faded behind them. "What the hell just happened?" Emma panted, staring back at the now silent house. "I don't know," Lucy replied, her heart pounding. "But whatever that was, it's still out there." As they stared into the darkness, a single realization dawned upon them. The nightmare had only just begun, and the battle for Lucy's soul had yet to unfold. The cold night air wrapped around Lucy and Emma, grounding them in the reality that the terror they had just escaped was still lurking in the shadows. The thrill of adrenaline began to fade, leaving behind a chilling dread that coiled tightly in Lucy's chest. They lay on the grass, gasping, trying to process what had just happened. "Did you see that thing?" Emma's voice trembled, breaking the silence that enveloped them. It was like you, but not you." "I know," Lucy whispered, her heart racing as she tried to shake the memory of the dark figure from her mind. "It looked like it wanted to pull me in, like it was waiting for me." They pushed themselves up from the grass, glancing back at the house that loomed ominously against the night sky. The broken shards of glass glittered faintly, like the remnants of their shattered reality. "We need to figure out what's happening," Emma said, her determination sparking in her eyes. "We can't just run away. We have to confront it." Lucy felt a flicker of hope amidst her fear. "But how? What if it comes after us again?" Emma took a deep breath, steadying herself. "We can do some research. Maybe there are stories about mirrors or reflections that can help us understand this thing." Lucy nodded slowly, knowing Emma was right. They couldn't allow fear to dictate their actions. They needed answers. And perhaps the key to understanding the darkness lay hidden in the stories of others who had faced similar horrors. "Let's go to the library," Lucy suggested, her mind racing with possibilities. "It's not far, and it should be open late." They hurriedly made their way down the dimly lit street, the cool breeze brushing against their skin and the sounds of the night enveloping them. The library was a sanctuary in their minds, a place filled with knowledge and histories that might provide them with the answers they so desperately sought. As they entered, the familiar smell of old books and polished wood greeted them. The library was quiet, the only sound being the gentle rustle of pages turning and the soft tapping of keyboards. Lucy felt a wave of comfort wash over her, momentarily forgetting the events of the night. They headed straight for the local history section, scanning the shelf for books that might hold the secrets to their predicament. Lucy's fingers brushed against the spines of the books, her heart racing as she pulled out volume after volume, hoping to find something relevant. "Here," Emma called, her eyes lighting up as she held up an old, dusty tome titled Mirrors, Portals to the Unknown. Lucy hurried over, peering at the worn cover. "That's perfect. Let's see what it says." They settled into a secluded corner, the glow of a nearby lamp illuminating the pages as they flipped through the book. The text was dense, filled with legends and lore about mirrors, how they were said to be gateways to other realms, reflections of our souls, and even vessels for spirits. "This one looks interesting," Emma said, pointing to a passage. "It mentions how mirrors can sometimes trap parts of our consciousness, especially if they're damaged or broken." "Trapped?" Lucy echoed, her heart racing again. "So, you're saying that what we saw might be a part of me?" "It's possible," Emma replied, her eyes scanning the text. "And it says that the trapped reflection can become malicious if not confronted or freed." Lucy felt a chill run down her spine as the implications settled in. "So that means I need to face it? But how?" "There's more," Emma continued, her finger tracing down the page. "It says that to confront the reflection, you need to gather the fragments of yourself, your memories, emotions, everything that makes you who you are. Only then can you bring the two parts back together." "That sounds complicated," Lucy murmured, trying to wrap her mind around the concept. "Maybe we can start with the memories," Emma suggested. "Think about moments that have defined you, the ones that evoke strong emotions. It could help you understand what that thing wants." Lucy took a deep breath, contemplating the memories that swirled in her mind, both joyful and painful. There were moments of triumph, like winning the school talent show, and moments of despair, like losing her grandmother. Each recollection held a fragment of her essence, a piece of her that was crucial to understanding the darkness. "Let's do it," Lucy said, her voice firm. "I'll gather my memories, and then we can figure out how to confront it." They spent hours in the library, Lucy recounting memories that she hadn't revisited in years, the tears streaming down her cheeks as she relived both the joy and sorrow they carried. Emma listened patiently, offering support and encouragement. As the clock ticked past midnight, they decided it was time to head back home. "Are you ready?" Emma asked as they stepped out into the cool night air. "I think so," Lucy replied, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. "I have to be." They walked back to the house, the streets eerily quiet, but the knowledge they had gained fueled their resolve. Lucy was ready to confront the darkness within her reflection, ready to face the part of herself that had been trapped. Upon entering her house, the atmosphere felt heavy, the shadows deeper than before. The remnants of the shattered mirrors still glimmered on the floor, a reminder of the horror that awaited them. "Let's do this," Lucy whispered, her heart racing as they stepped into her room. The darkness hung in the air, a palpable force, and Lucy could feel it pulling at her, trying to draw her back into fear. "I'm not afraid of you," she declared, her voice echoing in the stillness. And then, the shadows began to swirl, coalescing into a figure that took form before them. Lucy's heart raced as she recognized the twisted reflection, the malevolent version of herself standing before her. "Lucy," it called, the voice dripping with a haunting familiarity. "You've come to play." "I'm not playing," Lucy replied, her voice steady, though her body trembled. "I'm here to confront you." The reflection laughed, a sound that echoed with disdain. "Confront me? You can't even confront your own past. You're nothing without me." "Enough!" Emma shouted, stepping forward. "You're not her. You're a twisted version of her fear." The reflection turned its gaze to Emma, a sinister grin spreading across its face. "Ah, the friend. You think you can protect her? You're just as weak as she is." "Lucy, remember your memories," Emma urged, her eyes wide with determination. "Gather them. They're your strength." Lucy closed her eyes, drawing upon the memories she had shared with Emma, the moments that defined her spirit. She recalled the laughter shared on sunny afternoons, the tears shed in times of grief, and the determination she felt when pursuing her dreams. With each memory, Lucy felt herself growing stronger, a warmth igniting within her. "You're wrong," she declared, opening her eyes to meet the reflection's gaze. "I am not defined by fear or pain. I am defined by my strength, my resilience." The reflection faltered, its confidence wavering as Lucy stepped closer. "You're nothing without me," it hissed, but there was uncertainty in its voice now. "I am everything without you," Lucy replied, her voice steady and powerful. "You are a part of my past, but you do not control my future." With that declaration, a wave of energy surged through her, illuminating the darkness and pushing against the twisted figure. The reflection screamed, a sound of pure rage and fear, as it began to dissolve into shadows. "No!" it roared, but Lucy stood her ground, gathering every ounce of strength within her. "I release you," she declared, the words echoing in the room. "You no longer have power over me." The shadows dissipated around her, swirling into nothingness as the reflection faded away. Lucy felt a rush of relief as the oppressive energy lifted, leaving behind a stillness in its wake. "Lucy!" Emma exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief and joy. "You did it." "I think I did," Lucy breathed, feeling lighter than she had in ages. As they stood in the now empty room, the remnants of the shattered mirror glinting softly on the floor, Lucy realized that the battle was won, but the journey of healing had just begun. "Let's clean this up," Emma said, her voice filled with warmth. Together, they began to gather the shards, their movements filled with newfound hope and determination. Lucy knew that while the darkness had been confronted, the memories they had unearthed would guide her forward, reminding her of the strength she held within. And as they worked together, a sense of calm washed over her, for she had faced her fears and emerged victorious, ready to embrace the future that lay ahead. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue across the room, Lucy felt a renewed sense of purpose. The events of the previous night lingered in her mind, but now they felt less like a haunting and more like a catalyst for change. The light filtered through the window, illuminating the remnants of the shattered mirror, a testament to the battle she had fought and won. "Do you think it's really over?" Emma asked, her voice a mixture of hope and uncertainty as she gathered the last of the glass shards. Lucy considered this, the question echoing in her mind. "I think we've taken a significant step," she replied, feeling the warmth of the morning sun on her skin. "But I also know that healing is a process. There may be more to confront." Emma nodded, her brow furrowed as she contemplated Lucy's words. "We should keep researching," she suggested. "There might be more we need to understand about the mirror, or even about the emotions we uncovered." With a shared determination, they headed back to the library, where they would dive deeper into the mystery surrounding mirrors and reflections. As they walked, Lucy couldn't shake the feeling that the confrontation had changed her in ways she was only beginning to understand. Once they arrived, they wasted no time in seeking out more resources. They combed through books on psychology, folklore, and even modern interpretations of mirrors in art and literature. Each page turned felt like peeling back layers of their understanding, revealing insights that resonated with their experiences. What if the mirror represents not just fear, but all the things we hide from ourselves? Emma pondered, her eyes scanning a particularly intriguing passage about self-acceptance. What if that reflection was showing you everything you've been afraid to face? Lucy's heart raced at the thought. "You're right. It's not just about the darkness. It's about embracing all parts of ourselves, the good and the bad." They spent hours discussing their interpretations, their excitement growing with each revelation. The atmosphere around them buzzed with curiosity and possibility, a stark contrast to the tension that had permeated Lucy's life before. "Look at this," Emma said, pulling Lucy's attention to a section discussing the concept of soul mirrors. The idea that mirrors could reflect not just physical appearances, but the emotional and spiritual states of individuals. "The more we understand ourselves, the clearer our reflection becomes," Lucy mused, her mind racing with implications. "If I can accept every part of me, then I can truly be free of the shadows." As the sun began to set, casting an amber glow across the library, Lucy felt an overwhelming urge to put their newfound knowledge into practice. "We should create a ritual," she suggested, "something to help us embrace our reflections and the memories we've gathered." Emma's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "That's a great idea. We can set up a space, light some candles, and really focus on what we want to release and embrace. With a plan in place, they headed back to Lucy's house, determined to transform her room into a sanctuary for healing and acceptance. They collected candles, crystals, and pieces of paper to write down the memories and emotions they wanted to embrace. As they arranged the space, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Lucy lit the candles, their flickering flames casting dancing shadows around the room, creating an atmosphere that felt sacred and safe. "Let's start by writing down what we want to release," Emma suggested, handing Lucy a piece of paper. "Then we can focus on what we want to embrace." Lucy took a deep breath, the weight of her past resting heavily on her shoulders. She wrote down her fears, self-doubt, regret, loneliness, each word a release, a step toward freedom. Emma followed suit, her pen moving quickly as she documented her own burdens. Once they had finished, they read their lists aloud, allowing the words to resonate in the room. "I release self-doubt," Lucy declared, her voice steady. "And I release fear of failure," Emma added, her determination evident. After they finished, they took a moment to reflect, feeling lighter with each word spoken. "Now, let's write down what we want to embrace," Lucy said, her heart swelling with hope. They penned down words like strength, love, acceptance, and joy. Each word was a promise to themselves, a commitment to embrace the fullness of their identities. Once the lists were complete, they set them aside and took a moment to meditate, focusing on the flickering candlelight and the warmth of their intentions. The room filled with a sense of peace, a cocoon of healing energy wrapping around them. "Are you ready?" Emma asked after a few moments, her eyes glistening with anticipation. Lucy nodded, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Yes, let's do it." They took their lists and held them close, visualizing each word manifesting in their lives. Then, one by one, they placed the pieces of paper into a small bowl. With each paper that was added, Lucy felt a sense of release, as if the burdens she had carried for so long were being lifted from her shoulders. Once all the papers were in the bowl, Lucy reached for a match. "This is a symbolic act," she explained, her voice steady. "By burning these papers, we are letting go of what no longer serves us and welcoming in what we want to embrace." As the match ignited and she lit the papers, a rush of heat enveloped them. The flames flickered and danced, consuming the words and transforming them into smoke. Lucy watched as the remnants of her fears disappeared into the air, a feeling of lightness washing over her. "Goodbye, self-doubt," she whispered, watching the smoke swirl upward. "Goodbye, fear of failure," Emma echoed, her voice filled with emotion as she gazed at the flames. As the last of the papers burned away, they both felt a shift in the atmosphere. It was as if the weight of their burdens had been lifted, leaving space for new beginnings and growth. "I feel different," Lucy said, glancing at Emma, who nodded in agreement. "Lighter." "Me too," Emma replied, her smile radiant. "I think we did something powerful tonight." Feeling a renewed sense of purpose, they turned their attention to the mirror. The reflection that had once been a source of fear now stood before them, waiting for acceptance. "This is it," Lucy said, taking a deep breath as she stepped closer to the mirror. "We're ready." She looked at her reflection, the image staring back at her no longer felt foreign. "I see you," she whispered, her voice filled with warmth. "I see all of you." In that moment, something shifted within the mirror, the surface rippling like water. The light from the candles reflected back at her, illuminating her features in a warm glow. It felt as if the reflection was absorbing her words, embracing the acceptance she offered. Emma stepped beside her, and together they stood before the mirror, their gazes steady. "We're not afraid of you anymore," Emma declared, her voice strong. "We welcome you." As if responding to their declaration, the mirror shimmered, revealing not just their physical forms, but the essence of who they truly were. Lucy could see the joy, the strength, and the love that had always resided within them, hidden beneath layers of fear. And in that moment, Lucy realized that the reflection was not just a mirror of her face, but a mirror of her soul, a representation of everything she had fought to embrace. With a smile, she reached out, touching the cool surface of the glass. "We are one," she whispered, feeling a connection to her reflection that transcended fear. As the candlelight flickered, a sense of peace enveloped them, and Lucy knew that the darkness had been faced and transformed. They had taken back their power, and in doing so, they had opened the door to a new beginning. "Let's make a pact," Emma suggested, turning to Lucy. "To continue embracing our true selves, to support each other in our journeys, and to never let fear control us again." "I agree," Lucy replied, feeling a surge of excitement. "Together, we can face anything." They sealed their pact with a hug, the warmth of their friendship grounding them in the promise of growth and healing. The mirror stood as a testament to their journey, a symbol of the strength that lay within them, ready to be embraced. As they turned away from the mirror, Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the experience, the fear, the reflection, and the liberation that had followed. She had faced her darkness, and in doing so, she had found her light. The journey was far from over, but now, with each step forward, she would carry the strength of her past and the promise of her future, ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a sense of closure, they extinguished the candles, the room dimming but the warmth of their connection lingering, guiding them into the new dawn that awaited them. "Together," Lucy whispered, and Emma nodded, their hearts united in the belief that they could conquer any challenge that came their way. As the first light of dawn peeked through the curtains, Lucy felt a sense of renewal enveloping her like a comforting blanket. The events of the night before lingered in her mind, but they no longer felt burdensome. Instead, they were a reminder of the strength she had discovered within herself and the bond she shared with Emma. "Let's make breakfast," Lucy suggested, her stomach rumbling softly. "I think we deserve something special after everything we've been through." Emma smiled, her energy contagious. "Absolutely. How about pancakes? We can add some of those fresh berries we bought yesterday." The two friends moved to the kitchen, the comforting smell of coffee brewing in the background as they gathered ingredients. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated their surroundings, casting a warm glow that felt almost magical. As they cooked, they shared stories, laughter echoing off the walls of the cozy kitchen. For the first time in a long while, Lucy felt truly free. It was as if the weight of her past had been lifted, leaving space for joy and connection. "Do you think the mirror is really gone?" Emma asked between flipping pancakes. "Or could it come back?" Lucy paused, considering the question. "I think the mirror is a part of us now," she replied thoughtfully. "We've faced our fears, embraced our reflections. As long as we remember that strength, it can't control us again." Their conversation drifted toward their plans for the future. With each passing moment, Lucy felt more empowered to face the world outside. "We should document our journey," she proposed. "Share our story with others who might be struggling. Maybe we can help someone else find their strength." "I love that idea," Emma exclaimed. "We could start a blog or even a YouTube channel. Share everything we've learned about facing fears and self-acceptance." As they enjoyed their breakfast, ideas flowed like the syrup drizzling over their pancakes. They discussed topics, potential formats, and the importance of authenticity in their storytelling. The excitement of a new venture ignited a spark within Lucy, fueling her desire to inspire others. After breakfast, they cleaned up and decided to take a walk in the nearby park. The fresh air felt invigorating as they strolled through the vibrant landscape, the beauty of nature contrasting with the darkness they had faced. "This feels amazing," Lucy remarked, breathing deeply as they walked. "I can't remember the last time I felt this alive." Emma nodded, her eyes sparkling. "It's like we've shed a layer, don't you think? Like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon." As they wandered through the park, Lucy noticed families enjoying picnics, children playing, and couples walking hand in hand. The joy around her felt infectious, and she couldn't help but smile. "Life is so beautiful," she mused. "I used to take it for granted, but now I appreciate every moment." Their conversation turned to their personal goals. Emma shared her aspirations of pursuing a career in art, while Lucy revealed her dreams of becoming a writer. They encouraged each other, promising to support one another's journeys as they had during their transformative experience. Later that day, they returned to Lucy's home, their minds buzzing with possibilities. They set up a workspace in her living room, equipped with laptops, notebooks, and art supplies. The room was alive with energy, a safe haven where creativity could flourish. "Let's start outlining our ideas for the blog," Lucy suggested, her fingers dancing over the keyboard. With enthusiasm, they brainstormed content ideas, crafting potential blog posts that range from personal stories to tips for overcoming fears. Lucy felt an exhilarating sense of purpose. Every word they typed solidified their commitment to helping others. As the hours passed, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the room was bathed in a soft glow. They took a break, sitting on the floor surrounded by their materials, the exhaustion of the day slowly settling in. "Let's celebrate," Emma proposed, her voice laced with excitement. "How about a movie night? We can watch something spooky to keep the theme going." Lucy laughed, the sound bright and carefree. "Definitely, but only if we can make popcorn and get some candy." The two friends spent the evening nestled on the couch, indulging in laughter and snacks as they watched classic horror films. As the characters faced their own fears on screen, Lucy felt a profound sense of gratitude wash over her. This moment of friendship and laughter reminded her of the journey they had taken together, the fears they had faced, and the strength they had discovered. As the credits rolled on the last movie, Emma turned to Lucy, her expression earnest. "I'm so glad we went through this together. It's not just about the mirror anymore. It's about everything we've learned and who we're becoming." Lucy nodded, her heart swelling with emotion. "I couldn't have done it without you. You've been my rock through all of this." They embraced, feeling the warmth of their friendship envelop them like a protective shield. The challenges they had faced together had forged an unbreakable bond, one that would continue to grow as they moved forward. "I know we'll face more challenges," Lucy said softly, pulling away from the embrace. "But now, we have the tools to confront them. We're not alone anymore." The next few weeks passed in a whirlwind of creativity and self-discovery. Lucy and Emma devoted their time to their blog, pouring their hearts into each post. They shared their experiences with honesty and vulnerability, resonating with readers who had faced similar struggles. As their audience grew, so did their confidence. They received messages from individuals expressing how their stories had inspired them to confront their own fears. Each message fueled their passion, igniting a fire within them to continue their mission. One evening, while reviewing their analytics, Lucy noticed a spike in engagement. "Look at this, Emma," she exclaimed, pointing to the screen. "Our most recent post is going viral." Emma's eyes widened with excitement. "This is incredible. We're really making an impact." Fueled by the response, they decided to host a live Q&A session, inviting their followers to join them and share their experiences. The day of the event arrived, and Lucy felt a mixture of excitement and nerves. As they went live, a wave of support flooded in through the comments. Viewers expressed their gratitude, sharing stories of their own struggles and triumphs. Lucy and Emma answered questions with authenticity and empathy, fostering a sense of community that felt palpable. By the end of the session, Lucy was overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you all for being here with us tonight," she said, her voice trembling. "We're all on this journey together, and we're so grateful for your support." As the stream ended, they celebrated their success with laughter and hugs. It was a moment of realization that they had created something truly special, an inclusive space where people could feel understood and empowered. Months passed, and their blog flourished. With each new post, Lucy and Emma delved deeper into their journeys of self-discovery, exploring topics such as mental health, self-acceptance, and personal growth. Lucy felt a sense of fulfillment she had never experienced before. The work they were doing was meaningful, and it filled her with purpose. One evening, as they sat together brainstorming new content, Lucy felt a familiar sensation, a slight unease creeping in as she glanced at the mirror hanging on the wall. Memories of her past fears flickered in her mind, but this time, they were accompanied by a newfound confidence. "Hey, Emma," Lucy said, breaking the silence. "Do you remember that mirror? How afraid we were of it." Emma looked up, a smile gracing her lips. "How could I forget? It feels like a lifetime ago." Lucy took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the reflection lift. "I think we should embrace it, not as something to fear, but as a reminder of how far we've come." Emma's eyes sparkled with understanding. Yes, it's a part of our journey. Together, they decided to incorporate the mirror into their content, sharing their story of transformation and the lessons they had learned. They wanted their readers to understand that fear could be faced and healing was possible. As they prepared to share this chapter of their journey, Lucy felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The mirror had once been a source of darkness, but it had transformed into a beacon of hope and resilience. "Are you ready?" Emma asked, her excitement palpable. "More than ever," Lucy replied, her heart swelling with determination. The next blog post was met with enthusiasm, resonating deeply with their audience. As they shared their journey of healing and empowerment, Lucy knew that they were creating a legacy, one that would inspire others to embrace their reflections, confront their fears, and celebrate their journeys. With each passing day, Lucy felt more in tune with herself, her identity no longer defined by her fears, but rather by her strength and resilience. She had discovered the power of embracing every part of herself, and she was ready to share that power with the world. "Together," she whispered, her eyes reflecting the spark of determination. Emma nodded, their hearts aligned in the pursuit of a brighter future. And with that, they stepped into the next chapter of their lives, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead, knowing that they were stronger together. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. The sun filtered through the dusty curtains of Emma's grandmother's attic, casting ethereal rays of light across the cluttered space. Emma had always been captivated by the stories her grandmother told about her childhood, tales of laughter, love, and at times sorrow. But today felt different. Today, as she rummaged through the remnants of a life lived long ago, she sensed an undercurrent of mystery waiting to be unveiled. Emma had come to the attic searching for a few family heirlooms to take home, something tangible to keep her grandmother's memory alive. However, she didn't expect to stumble upon a treasure trove of forgotten items. Vintage hats, tarnished silverware, and dusty boxes filled with trinkets that whispered secrets of the past. Each object seemed to hold a story, waiting for her to discover it. As she moved deeper into the attic, she noticed a weathered trunk tucked away in a corner, almost hidden behind a stack of old newspapers. Intrigued, she approached the trunk, her heart racing with anticipation. The lock was rusted but surprisingly intact. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to force it open. With a gentle tug, the lid creaked, revealing its contents. Inside, she found a collection of old photographs, black and white images that seemed to capture moments frozen in time. Emma delicately sifted through them, her fingers brushing over the faces of her ancestors. Each picture told a story of joy, heartbreak, and resilience, connecting her to a lineage she had only heard about in tales. But one photograph stood out among the rest. It was slightly crumpled, the edges worn, and yet it was strikingly clear. In the image, a group of people gathered outside a quaint house, their faces alight with smiles. Among them was a woman who looked eerily similar to her grandmother. Intrigued, Emma examined the photograph closely, trying to decipher the details. Just then, her grandmother's voice echoed from downstairs, breaking the spell of the attic. "Emma dear, are you up there?" Startled, Emma quickly placed the photograph back in the trunk, a rush of excitement mingling with a hint of unease. She had always known her grandmother had a rich history, but this photograph felt like a window into a past she had yet to explore. "I'm coming," she called out, closing the trunk with a soft thud as she headed downstairs. Later that evening, as they sat on the porch sipping sweet tea, Emma couldn't shake the feeling of curiosity that had taken root in her mind. "Grandma," she began, her tone casual, "do you have any old photographs from when you were younger?" Her grandmother chuckled softly, the sound like music to Emma's ears. "Oh dear, I have plenty, but I must warn you, some of them carry stories that are not always easy to hear." "Really? What do you mean?" Emma leaned forward, captivated. Her grandmother's expression shifted slightly, a shadow passing over her features. "Some moments are best left buried, but if you're interested, I can show you some when we go back inside." Emma's heart raced. "Yes, I found an interesting photograph earlier. I think it might be of you." The old woman's eyes twinkled with a mix of nostalgia and something else, perhaps apprehension. "All right, let's take a look," she said, rising from her chair. Inside the house, Emma led her grandmother to the attic. The anticipation crackled in the air as they climbed the narrow stairs. Once they reached the trunk, Emma's fingers trembled with excitement as she opened it. "Here it is," she said, carefully lifting the photograph out and handing it to her grandmother. Her grandmother took the photo in her hands, studying it closely. Emma watched intently as her grandmother's expression transformed from nostalgia to concern. "Where did you find this?" she asked, her voice suddenly tight. "In the trunk. I thought it was really special," Emma replied, feeling a pang of confusion at her grandmother's sudden shift in demeanor. "It is special, but—" Her grandmother paused, her gaze drifting to the floor. "This photograph holds memories I've tried to forget." "What do you mean?" Emma pressed, her curiosity piqued. Her grandmother took a deep breath, a look of determination crossing her features. "This picture was taken just before everything changed. It's a reminder of a dark secret our family has carried for generations." Emma felt a chill run down her spine. "What kind of secret?" Her grandmother motioned for Emma to sit beside her. "This photograph was taken at a family reunion. We were all together, happy, unaware of the storm that was brewing just beneath the surface." As Emma listened intently, her grandmother began to recount a story that would unravel the fabric of her family history, one woven with threads of loss, betrayal, and resilience. The photograph, once a symbol of joy, now represented a time when darkness had seeped into their lives, changing everything in its wake. With each word, Emma felt a sense of foreboding wash over her. She knew that this was just the beginning of a deeper exploration into her family's past, one that could reveal secrets long buried and test the very foundations of her understanding of who she was. As the moonlight filtered through the attic window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, Emma's heart pounded with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She had always known her family held on to stories that seemed larger than life, but she never expected them to be steeped in such darkness. She sat cross-legged on the floor beside her grandmother, the old photograph resting on her lap like a precious artifact from a time long past. "Tell me everything," Emma urged, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile air that hung around them. Her grandmother took a deep breath, steadying herself. "That photograph was taken at the Smith family reunion in 1963. We were celebrating a happy occasion, but little did we know it would be the last time we'd all be together like that." Emma leaned closer, captivated. "What happened?" "Earlier that year, a tragedy struck our family. My brother, your great-uncle Harold, had gone missing. He was last seen hiking in the woods near our family cabin, and despite extensive searches, we found no trace of him. The reunion was meant to be a celebration of life and family, but in truth, we were all just trying to cope with the loss." Emma's heart sank. She had heard whispers of a family tragedy before, but the details had always been vague. "Did you ever find him?" Her grandmother shook her head slowly, her gaze drifting to the floor. "No, but there were rumors, dark whispers that something sinister had happened. People claimed they heard strange sounds coming from the woods, shadows flitting between the trees. Some even said the woods were haunted by the spirits of those who had disappeared." Emma felt a shiver run down her spine. "Did you believe them?" Her grandmother looked at her, eyes filled with a mix of fear and wisdom. "I didn't want to, but after that day, everything changed. The family fell apart. Some blamed themselves, others turned to anger, and a few tried to pretend it never happened at all. I remember feeling like we were all living in the shadow of something we couldn't understand." Emma's mind raced. "And the photograph? How does it connect to Uncle Harold?" Her grandmother picked up the photograph, holding it delicately between her fingers. "You see these faces? We were all smiling, but if you look closely, you can see the tension in our eyes. It was as if we were all waiting for the other shoe to drop. The reunion was a facade, a desperate attempt to cling to what was left of our family." Emma studied the photograph again, her fingers brushing over the smiling faces. The joy felt palpable, but it was overshadowed by an unexplainable sadness that seemed to seep through the edges of the image. "What did you do after the reunion?" "We tried to keep the family together, but it didn't last long. A few months later, a strange incident happened at the cabin. People reported hearing footsteps in the hallway at night, sounds of someone moving about the house, even when no one was there. Her grandmother's voice trembled as she spoke. That's when things took a turn for the worse. "What kind of sounds?" Emma asked, her pulse quickening. "Soft footsteps, as if someone were walking just behind you. They would echo through the halls, sometimes accompanied by whispering. It became so unsettling that we stopped visiting the cabin altogether. The memories were too painful, and the thought of whatever might be lurking there was unbearable." Emma felt her heart race. "But you kept this photograph. Why?" Her grandmother placed the photo back in the trunk, her expression shifting to one of resolve. "Because it was a part of our history, a reminder of who we were and what we lost. I wanted to ensure that we never forgot Uncle Harold, no matter how painful the memories might be." Emma's curiosity was insatiable, her mind racing with questions. Did anyone else see the footsteps? Were there any sightings? Many claimed to have heard the sounds, but no one ever saw anything. It became a ghost story passed down through generations, a cautionary tale of how grief can manifest in the most unexpected ways. "What if we went back to the cabin?" Emma suggested, her voice tinged with excitement. "What if we could uncover the truth behind the footsteps?" Her grandmother's expression turned grave. "Emma, I'm not sure that's wise. There are some things in this world that are better left alone. The past is filled with shadows, and not all of them are friendly. But what if Uncle Harold is still out there?" Emma pressed, her determination unwavering. "What if he needs our help to find peace?" Her grandmother sighed, the weight of the years resting heavily on her shoulders. "You have a brave heart, my dear. But remember, bravery doesn't mean acting without fear. Sometimes it's about knowing when to step back." Emma felt a pang of disappointment, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to uncover. "I need to know," she murmured, more to herself than to her grandmother. "Then if you must pursue this, do so with caution," her grandmother replied, a mixture of concern and understanding in her eyes. "You may find answers, but be prepared for whatever truths may lie beneath." As Emma descended from the attic, the photograph still vivid in her mind, she felt a new resolve. The echoes of the past beckoned her to uncover the family's dark secret, and she was determined to learn more about Uncle Harold and the footsteps that haunted their legacy. The night wrapped around her like a cloak as she pondered the mysteries ahead, unaware that the shadows of the past were stirring once again, ready to unveil their hidden truths. With the dawn of a new day, Emma awoke with a sense of purpose thrumming in her veins. The thought of uncovering the truth about her uncle and the secrets that lingered at the cabin consumed her. After a hasty breakfast, she approached her grandmother, who was sitting in her favorite chair, knitting quietly. "Grandma," Emma said, her voice firm but respectful, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to the cabin. I need to see it for myself, to understand what happened to Uncle Harold." Her grandmother looked up, a mixture of concern and admiration flickering in her eyes. "I knew you'd feel that way, but please be cautious. The woods have a way of changing people's perceptions, warping reality into something unrecognizable." "I promise I'll be careful," Emma replied, determination set in her features. "I just feel this pull, like I need to be there." After a long pause, her grandmother nodded. "Very well, just take this with you." She handed Emma a small locket, its surface worn with age. "This belonged to your uncle. It may not help you uncover the truth, but it could serve as a reminder of your family's love and protection." Emma accepted the locket, a sense of reverence washing over her. "Thank you, Grandma. I'll cherish it." With her grandmother's words echoing in her mind, Emma packed a small bag with essentials: water, snacks, a flashlight, and her camera to document whatever she might find. As she drove towards the family cabin, the landscape shifted from urban sprawl to lush green forests, the air growing thicker with the scent of pine. The drive felt surreal, her heart racing with anticipation. Emma envisioned the cabin nestled deep in the woods, surrounded by towering trees that held secrets of their own. She recalled childhood memories of family trips to the cabin, laughter echoing through the halls. But that joy felt overshadowed by the shadows of the past. Arriving at the cabin, Emma parked the car and stepped out, the crunch of leaves beneath her feet breaking the stillness of the air. The cabin stood in front of her, seemingly untouched by time. Weathered wood and peeling paint told the story of years gone by, yet it still exuded a rustic charm. Taking a deep breath, she approached the door, her pulse quickening. With a gentle push, it creaked open, revealing a darkened interior filled with a mix of nostalgia and apprehension. The living room, once vibrant with life, now felt heavy with silence. Dust motes danced in the beams of light that filtered through the windows, illuminating the remnants of furniture draped in white sheets. As she stepped inside, the atmosphere felt charged, as if the walls themselves were watching her. She could almost hear the laughter of her family, but it was quickly replaced by an unsettling quiet. Emma began to explore the cabin, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. The scent of aged wood and faint traces of something floral hung in the air, and memories flooded her mind. Family gatherings, stories told by the fireplace, and the warmth of love shared. But all of it felt like a distant dream now, eclipsed by the mysteries that loomed. In the corner of the living room, she found the staircase leading up to the bedrooms. A sense of foreboding tugged at her heart, but she pushed it aside. Determined to uncover whatever secrets lay hidden within these walls, she ascended the creaking steps. The upstairs hallway stretched before her, lined with doors that seemed to hold untold stories. She hesitated at the first door, her hand hovering over the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, she turned it slowly, the door creaking open to reveal a small bedroom. Inside, the room looked untouched, as if frozen in time. An old bed frame with faded sheets, a dresser with a cracked mirror, and a window that overlooked the woods were all that remained. Emma felt a chill run down her spine as she stepped inside, her gaze landing on a small desk in the corner. There, she discovered a stack of journals, their covers worn but still intact. Emma's heart raced. These could be the key to understanding what happened. She sat down, carefully opening the first journal. The pages were filled with her uncle's handwriting, elegant yet frantic, chronicling the days leading up to his disappearance. March 5th, 1963, she read aloud. The woods are changing. I hear whispers at night, voices calling my name. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. Emma's pulse quickened. Each entry revealed a descent into paranoia and fear. Descriptions of footsteps echoing in the hall, shadows flitting at the corners of his vision, and a growing dread that consumed him. The family thinks I'm losing my mind, but I know what I hear, he wrote in one entry. I can't trust anyone anymore. The woods are alive, and they want something from me. Emma flipped through the pages, the unease growing in her gut. The final entry sent chills down her spine. Tomorrow, I'll venture deeper into the woods. I need to find the truth about what happened to me, even if it costs me everything. Closing the journal, Emma felt the weight of her uncle's torment settle over her. It was as if she could feel his presence in the room, the echo of his footsteps still reverberating in the air. She couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had haunted him still lingered here, waiting for someone to uncover the truth. Determined, she decided to explore the woods beyond the cabin. If her uncle had ventured deep into the trees, she would follow his path. Perhaps she would find the answers that had eluded their family for decades. As Emma stepped outside, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ground. The woods loomed before her, dark and inviting, filled with secrets waiting to be unearthed. With her heart pounding in her chest, she took her first step into the forest, unaware of the darkness that lay ahead and the truths that would soon come to light. Whatever happened here, I will uncover it, she vowed, determined to face the footsteps that haunted her family and the shadows that sought to claim them. The deeper Emma ventured into the woods, the more the atmosphere shifted. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above, casting the forest floor into a twilight gloom. The air felt thick and charged, and a strange silence enveloped her, broken only by the soft rustle of leaves and the occasional distant bird call. It was a haunting beauty, but also a warning, whispering secrets of the past. With each step, Emma felt as if she were walking further away from reality, drawn into a world where time had lost its meaning. The familiar trails from her childhood visits were gone, replaced by an unsettling sense of disorientation. She glanced back at the cabin, now just a distant memory behind the trees. A feeling of unease crept over her, the sense that she was not alone in these woods. She shook her head, trying to dispel the feeling as she continued along a narrow path. The ground beneath her feet was uneven, littered with fallen branches and thick underbrush, but her determination pushed her onward. Emma had been walking for nearly an hour when she stumbled upon a clearing, its open space a stark contrast to the oppressive woods. At its center stood a large, weathered stone, moss-covered and ancient, as if it had been there for centuries. She approached it cautiously, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the stone, a sense of history etched into its surface. As she reached out to touch the cool stone, a sudden gust of wind swept through the clearing, sending a chill down her spine. The leaves rustled violently, and for a brief moment, Emma felt as if the forest was alive, responding to her presence. The wind seemed to carry whispers, soft yet urgent, echoing her uncle's final journal entry. "Find the truth," the voices seemed to say, intertwining with the rustling leaves. Emma took a deep breath, steadied herself, and began to examine the stone more closely. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, faint symbols that appeared both ancient and unfamiliar. It was then that she noticed a small indentation at the base of the stone. Leaning down, she brushed away the layers of dirt and moss, revealing what looked like a hidden compartment. Her heart raced as she pried it open, revealing a small, weathered box. It felt heavy in her hands, as if it contained not just physical weight, but the burden of secrets long kept. Inside, she found a collection of objects, a tarnished locket, an old photograph, and a folded piece of paper. With trembling fingers, Emma lifted the photograph. It was a black and white image of a group of people standing in front of the cabin, their faces solemn yet strangely familiar. Among them, she recognized her uncle, but beside him stood a woman with striking features, someone she had never seen before. "Who are you?" Emma whispered to the photo, her mind racing with questions. Turning her attention to the locket, she opened it to reveal a portrait of the same woman. Her heart skipped a beat. This was no ordinary photograph. The woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Emma herself, yet the likeness was shadowed by a sense of melancholy. Emma felt an unshakable connection to the woman, as if she were staring into her own past. Desperate for answers, she unfolded the paper. The handwriting was familiar, the same elegant script as her uncle's journals. As she read, a sense of dread washed over her. The note detailed a family secret, a curse that had plagued their lineage for generations. It spoke of a woman, an ancestor who had been wronged and whose spirit now lingered, seeking vengeance against those who betrayed her. Emma's breath caught in her throat. "This can't be real," she murmured, glancing back at the photograph and locket. The weight of the revelation settled over her like a shroud. Was her family cursed? Had her uncle been caught in a web of darkness that extended beyond the cabin? The clearing suddenly felt stifling, and the air thickened with tension. She could hear the forest around her growing restless, the whispers growing louder, almost demanding her attention. Emma realized she had to confront the truth. There was something she needed to do, a choice she had to make. With newfound determination, she returned the items to the box and closed it tightly. She had to find a way to break this cycle, to confront whatever spirits lingered in the woods, to free her family from the shadow that hung over them. But how? As she pondered her next move, she heard a rustling behind her. She turned quickly, heart racing, but saw only trees standing sentinel, their branches swaying ominously in the wind. The footsteps echoed again, not far away this time. It was as if they were beckoning her deeper into the forest, urging her to discover what lay hidden within the shadows. "Whatever it takes," she whispered to herself, her resolve hardening. She would face the darkness, not just for her uncle, but for her family and for herself. Emma stepped away from the stone, the box clutched tightly in her hand, and followed the sound of the footsteps. They guided her deeper into the woods, leading her to a path that seemed almost forgotten. The trees closed in around her, the air growing thick with anticipation and dread. She felt a presence surrounding her, as if the forest was alive with the spirits of those who had come before her. The path opened up to another clearing, this one darker and more foreboding than the last. In the center stood an ancient tree, its gnarled roots twisted and sprawling like fingers grasping for the earth. Emma approached cautiously, feeling a pull towards the tree, its age radiating wisdom and sorrow. As she placed her hand against its rough bark, a surge of energy coursed through her. Visions flooded her mind, images of her ancestors, the woman from the photograph, and her uncle's desperate struggles against the darkness that had consumed him. It was as if the tree held the stories of her family, their pain and their suffering intertwined with the very roots of the earth. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into words she could almost understand. "Free us. Break the curse." Emma closed her eyes, the weight of her family's legacy pressing down on her. She could feel the grief and anger of those who had suffered before her, their spirits woven into the fabric of the woods. She had to do something to honor them, to confront whatever had taken hold of her uncle, and to protect herself from the same fate. "Show me how," she pleaded, her voice barely above a whisper. As if in response, a sudden gust of wind swirled around her, and she felt a shift in the air. The whispers turned urgent, and Emma opened her eyes to see the shadows around her deepening. They writhed and danced, forming shapes that flickered in and out of focus. Among them, she caught a glimpse of the woman from the photograph, her face twisted in anguish, reaching out to Emma as if seeking help. "Help me." The voice echoed, the plea resonating deep within Emma's heart. Tears filled her eyes as she understood the gravity of her task. She needed to confront the spirit, to give voice to the suffering that had been silenced for too long. Taking a deep breath, she summoned all her courage, ready to face the darkness that had haunted her family for generations. "I'm here for you," she said, her voice steady despite the fear coursing through her. "I will help you find peace." In that moment, the wind howled around her, and the shadows coalesced, swirling into a tempest of energy. Emma felt a rush of emotions, fear, sorrow, and a glimmer of hope. She stood firm, heart pounding, ready to confront the spirit that lingered in the shadows and to break the chains that bound her family to their past. As the darkness enveloped her, Emma stepped forward, embracing the challenge that lay ahead. The time had come to face the truth, to confront the spirit of her ancestor, and uncover the secrets that had kept her family shackled for far too long. With resolve burning in her heart, she prepared to engage in a battle not just for herself, but for generations of souls seeking redemption. "Let's end this together," she whispered, ready to face whatever came next. The wind howled through the trees, wrapping Emma in a chilling embrace as she stood before the ancient tree. Shadows danced around her, pulsing with an energy that felt both foreign and familiar. Each heartbeat resonated in her ears, a rhythmic reminder of the task she had undertaken. It was no longer just a quest for truth. It had evolved into a confrontation with the very essence of her family's pain. "Show yourself," Emma called out, her voice echoing through the clearing. The shadows seemed to respond, swirling violently, forming an outline, a figure emerging from the depths of darkness. The air crackled with energy, and Emma could feel the temperature drop, her breath visible in the cool air. As the figure took shape, she recognized the woman from the photograph. The spirit's face was a mixture of sorrow and anger, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light that pierced through the darkness. Emma's heart raced, but she stood her ground, determined to reach out to this tortured soul. "Why are you trapped here?" Emma asked, her voice steady despite the fear churning in her stomach. "What happened to you?" The spirit's expression softened, and for a moment, the shadows receded, revealing the anguish etched on her face. "Betrayal, pain, a curse that binds me to this place," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody that reverberated in the stillness. "My family turned against me, and now I seek revenge, but I am not at peace." Emma felt the weight of the spirit's words, the depth of her sorrow washing over her like a wave. She realized that this woman was not a monster. She was a victim of her own tragic history, trapped in a cycle of despair. "I can help you," Emma urged, her heart aching for the pain that had been inflicted upon this spirit. "Together, we can break the curse. You don't have to be alone anymore." The spirit hesitated, her form flickering as doubt crossed her features. "But at what cost?" she murmured. "The darkness is powerful. It has claimed many before you. Emma took a step closer, feeling an inexplicable bond forming between them. I'm not afraid. I want to understand, to honor your story. Please, let me help you find peace. As Emma spoke, she remembered the object she had found, the locket, the photograph, the journal entries. They were fragments of a history that needed to be woven together, pieces of a puzzle that had been scattered by time and betrayal. Tell me your name, Emma said gently, her voice barely above a whisper. Let me know who you were. A flicker of recognition passed through the spirit's eyes. I am Eliza, she replied, her voice barely audible. Once a daughter, a sister, but I was cast aside, forgotten in the shadows. Together, we can rewrite your story, Emma said firmly. You don't have to remain hidden in the dark. Let your truth be known. As Eliza's gaze met Emma's, a glimmer of hope sparked within the depths of her sorrow. The shadows around them began to shift, swirling with renewed energy. Emma could feel the pull of the darkness, but she refused to let fear take hold. Help me remember, Eliza pleaded, her voice a fragile echo that resonated through the clearing. Help me reclaim my past. Emma closed her eyes, envisioning the items she had found. She focused on the locket, the photograph, and the journal, each a key to unlocking Eliza's story. With a deep breath, she spoke the words that had formed in her mind. Eliza, your family loved you once. They mourned your loss. Let's find a way to bring that love back. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the wind whipped through the clearing, swirling around Emma and Eliza. The air crackled with energy as visions began to materialize before them, fragments of Eliza's past playing out like a movie. Emma watched as scenes unfolded, Eliza laughing with her family, dancing in the sunlight, sharing secrets with her sister. But then the laughter faded, replaced by shadows creeping in, jealousy and betrayal seeping into the family bond. Emma felt the pain wash over her, the loneliness, the abandonment, and the anger that had festered over the years. Why did they turn on you? Emma asked, her heart aching for the woman before her. They believed lies, Eliza replied, tears forming in her spectral eyes. I was accused of betrayal, of darkness that did not belong to me. I sought only love, but they cast me aside, and my spirit became entwined with this forest, forever bound to seek vengeance. Emma took a step closer, reaching out her hand, a gesture of solidarity. You are not a monster, Eliza. You are a victim of your circumstances. Together, we can break this cycle. Your story deserves to be told, to be remembered for the love you once had. The winds began to calm, the shadows retreating as Eliza's spirit flickered. Do you truly believe that? She whispered, vulnerability etched across her face. I do, Emma replied, her voice filled with conviction. But it starts with you accepting your past and allowing yourself to heal. As the words hung in the air, a transformation began to take place. The shadows that had clung to Eliza's form lightened, and for the first time, a smile broke through the sorrow. Perhaps I can forgive. Perhaps I can find peace. With every word spoken, the darkness receded further, revealing the beauty of the clearing that had long been hidden. The ancient tree stood strong, its roots grounded in the earth, symbolizing the connection between the past and present. Emma felt a surge of warmth as Eliza's spirit began to glow, her form becoming more defined, more at peace. The whispers in the wind transformed into a harmonious melody, a song of remembrance that echoed through the clearing. Thank you, Eliza said, her voice now clear and strong. You have given me hope when I had none. I will remember the love that was lost and forgive those who wronged me. I can finally be free. As the final words were spoken, the shadows dissolved completely, and a brilliant light enveloped Eliza. Emma shielded her eyes, feeling a rush of energy as the spirit ascended, finally liberated from the pain of her past. With a gentle sigh, Eliza disappeared, leaving behind a profound stillness in the clearing. The air felt lighter, and Emma could sense the forest breathing with a new energy. She had not only confronted the darkness, but had also embraced the light that came with understanding and forgiveness. Standing alone in the clearing, Emma felt a sense of closure wash over her. The journey had been harrowing, but she had emerged stronger, having faced her fears and helped a lost soul find peace. As she made her way back to the cabin, the sunlight broke through the trees, illuminating the path ahead. The photograph, locket, and journal would remain in her heart as reminders of the legacy she had uncovered. Emma knew she would share Eliza's story, honoring her memory and keeping the love alive for generations to come. As she reached the cabin, the shadows of the past began to fade, replaced by a hopeful future. Emma had reclaimed her family's narrative, intertwined with the truth of a woman who had long sought solace. In that moment, she understood the power of connection, of empathy, and the enduring strength of love. And with that understanding, she embraced the light, ready to step into the world with a renewed sense of purpose, forever changed by the journey she had undertaken. "Thank you, Eliza," she whispered, looking back at the forest, now bathed in sunlight. "You will never be forgotten." Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents. It was a quiet evening when the first whispers began. The fading light of dusk cast long shadows across the room, the flickering of the candle flames creating an atmosphere that felt both cozy and eerily unsettling. Lucy sat on her bed, surrounded by an array of scattered notebooks, pens, and crumpled pieces of paper, fragments of her thoughts and dreams, remnants of her creative struggle. She had been attempting to write her first novel, pouring her heart and soul into the pages, yet the words eluded her like wisps of smoke. In the stillness of the room, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing the candles to flicker more violently. Lucy shivered, pulling her blanket closer around her shoulders. And then it happened. The softest of whispers, almost inaudible, echoed in her mind. "Lucy, you know the truth." At first, she brushed it off as her imagination running wild. Perhaps it was the stress of writing, the pressure of deadlines looming over her head. She had always been sensitive, attuned to the emotions around her, but this felt different. This was a voice, distinct and clear, yet eerily familiar. "Who's there?" she called out, her heart racing. The room remained silent. The only sound was the faint rustle of leaves outside her window. A part of her wanted to laugh it off, but another part, the more curious and anxious part, couldn't ignore the chill that ran down her spine. The whispers persisted, growing bolder with each passing day. They came in moments of solitude, slipping into her mind like an unwelcome guest. They spoke of her fears, her insecurities, and the secrets she had buried deep within her heart. "You're not good enough," the voice would hiss, slithering through her thoughts like a serpent. "You'll never finish that story. Everyone will see you for what you truly are, a fraud." Days turned into weeks, and the whispers grew louder. Lucy tried to focus on her writing, to drown them out with music and distractions, but it was futile. The voice knew her deepest fears and insecurities, and it reveled in them. It was in the quiet hours of the night that the voice became most potent. Lucy would lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind racing as the darkness closed in around her. "You're hiding something, Lucy. Something important." It would taunt, a sinister melody that echoed in her thoughts. "What are you so afraid of? The world will know." The secret had eluded to clawed at her insides, a memory long buried beneath layers of denial and shame. It was a moment from her past, a mistake, an error in judgment that had haunted her ever since. She had tried to forget, but the voice refused to let her escape. One evening, Lucy sat at her desk, the soft glow of the lamp illuminating her scattered notes. The weight of the voice pressed heavily on her chest, threatening to suffocate her. She felt the urge to write, to exorcise the demons that danced around her, but the words felt trapped within her, like birds confined to a cage. "Just tell the story," the voice urged, sweetly seductive yet laced with malice. "Let the world see you for who you really are. They'll never understand." With trembling hands, she picked up her pen and began to write. The words flowed like a torrent, raw and unfiltered, spilling secrets she had kept hidden for too long. She wrote about her fears, her failures, and the moment that had defined her, a mistake that had cost her dearly. It was liberating and terrifying all at once. The voice in her head twisted and turned, echoing her insecurities as she put pen to paper. "You're just writing a lie," it taunted, No one will believe you. They'll see you as weak. But with each word she wrote, Lucy felt the chains of the past begin to loosen. The darkness that had wrapped around her began to lift, revealing the light she had hidden from for so long. She realized that the voice was not just an enemy. It was a part of her, a reflection of her insecurities that had grown into a monster in her mind. As she continued to write, the whispers became a symphony of chaos, each note resonating with her deepest fears and desires. But she pressed on, determined to reclaim her narrative, to take ownership of her story. Tell them the truth, the voice urged, desperate now. Expose yourself. They will judge you. No, Lucy whispered fiercely, a newfound strength blossoming within her. I will tell my story, but I will do it on my own terms. The voice shrieked in frustration, a cacophony of anger and despair that threatened to drown her. But she didn't falter. She wrote through the storm, weaving her narrative with threads of honesty and vulnerability. With each page, she shed the layers of doubt and fear that had confined her for so long. She wrote about the night she had made her mistake, the consequences that had followed, and the journey of healing she had embarked upon since then. The voice grew quieter, the whispers fading into the background as she reclaimed her power. Hours passed as she poured her heart into the pages, the words flowing effortlessly now. The room around her began to transform. The shadows that had loomed ominously began to retreat, replaced by a warm glow of acceptance. Finally, as the first rays of dawn broke through her window, Lucy set her pen down. She looked at the pages before her, a testament to her struggle and triumph. The voice that had tormented her for so long had transformed, no longer a source of fear, but a catalyst for her growth. "Thank you," she whispered, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over her. The voice had pushed her to confront her truths, to delve into the depths of her soul. It had forced her to face the darkness, and in doing so, she had found her light. She took a deep breath, the weight of her secrets finally lifted. Lucy felt a sense of peace settle within her, a quiet reassurance that she was not defined by her past, but by her ability to rise above it. With newfound clarity, she vowed to share her story, to embrace her truth, and inspire others who had faced similar battles. The voice may have known her secrets, but now she held the power to shape her own narrative. As the sun rose higher in the sky, illuminating her room with a golden glow, Lucy smiled. She was ready to step into the world, armed with her truth, and reclaim her voice. The days that followed Lucy's cathartic writing session were filled with a newfound energy. She had opened a floodgate of creativity that she hadn't known existed, allowing her to pour out not just her fears, but also her aspirations, dreams, and stories that had long been buried in the shadows. Her mornings began earlier, the soft glow of dawn replacing the oppressive darkness that had once filled her mind. She would sit at her desk, coffee in hand, eagerly awaiting the words to spill forth onto the page. The voice that had once haunted her had faded to a whisper, now transformed into a subtle guide rather than a tormentor. However, the transition wasn't seamless. Each morning, she would find herself peering into the mirror, seeking validation from her own reflection. The voice would still linger at the edges of her thoughts, reminding her of her insecurities. "You're still a fraud. You're only pretending to be strong." But Lucy had learned to recognize this echo of self-doubt. Instead of allowing it to control her, she confronted it. "I am not my mistakes," she would say aloud, feeling a sense of empowerment wash over her. "I am a storyteller." With each confrontation, she felt her confidence swell. The whispers transformed into encouragement rather than derision, pushing her to delve deeper into her craft. She began to share snippets of her writing with trusted friends, seeking their feedback and support. Their encouragement fueled her fire, propelling her forward into uncharted territory. However, just as she felt she was gaining momentum, an unexpected twist emerged from the shadows. One evening, while typing furiously at her keyboard, a notification pinged on her laptop. It was an email from an old friend, Sarah, someone she hadn't spoken to in years. "Lucy, I hope this finds you well. I stumbled upon something recently that I think you should see. Let's meet up. I'll explain everything." Curiosity piqued, Lucy agreed to meet Sarah at a quaint cafe in town the following day. As she entered, she was greeted by the familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee and the soft chatter of patrons. The cozy atmosphere wrapped around her like a warm blanket. When Sarah arrived, she was much the same as Lucy remembered, bright-eyed, with an infectious laugh and a warmth that immediately put Lucy at ease. After exchanging pleasantries, Lucy couldn't hold back her curiosity any longer. "What did you want to show me?" Sarah's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "It's about that summer, our last summer together." Lucy felt her heart race, memories flooding back. That summer had been a whirlwind of joy and despair, marked by the mistakes that had haunted her for years. "What do you mean?" Taking a deep breath, Sarah produced an old photograph from her bag. Lucy's breath caught in her throat as she recognized the image. It was a snapshot from their youth. A group of friends at the lake, laughing, carefree, unaware of the darkness that was to come. "Look closer," Sarah urged, pointing to a shadowy figure in the background. Lucy squinted at the photo, her heart racing as she noticed the outline of a man, half hidden behind a tree. "Who was that?" Lucy asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know," Sarah admitted, her brow furrowing. "But I've seen him before, at odd places in other photos." I started doing some digging. "What do you mean?" Lucy leaned in, intrigued yet uneasy. "I think he's connected to that night, when everything changed. The fire, the accident. The weight of those memories crashed down on Lucy like a tidal wave. The fire had destroyed everything, leaving nothing but ashes and guilt in its wake. The man in the photograph felt like a ghost from her past, a reminder of the secrets she thought she had buried. "I don't want to talk about that," Lucy replied, a lump forming in her throat. "Lucy, listen to me," Sarah insisted, urgency lacing her voice. "If there's something you need to confront, it's now. You can't keep running from it." The familiar voice in Lucy's head echoed in agreement, intertwining with Sarah's words. "You need to know the truth. You need to face what you've hidden." "Fine," Lucy relented, determination settling over her like a cloak. "What do we do? Let's investigate. We need to find out who he is and what he knows. I think it might help you finally let go of the past." And so began their journey into the darkness, retracing the steps of a summer filled with laughter that had turned into a nightmare. They spent days poring over old photographs, messages, and social media posts, seeking clues that might reveal the identity of the man in the shadows. Lucy's mind raced with questions, her heart heavy with apprehension. What if uncovering the truth only deepened her wounds? But deep down, she knew she couldn't continue living in fear, tethered to the weight of her past. As the investigation unfolded, a sense of camaraderie blossomed between Lucy and Sarah. They shared late-night conversations filled with laughter and tears, recounting memories of their youth and the innocence they had lost. But with each new revelation, Lucy felt the whispers in her mind grow louder. What if you're not ready? What if the truth is worse than you imagine? At night, as she lay in bed, the voice returned, taunting her relentlessly. "You'll never escape your past. It will always be a part of you." Lucy fought against it, clinging to the strength she had gained through her writing. She began to journal her fears, pouring her heart onto the pages in an attempt to silence the voice. "I am stronger than my past," she would write, a mantra that resonated within her. Days turned into weeks, and finally, they uncovered a lead, an old resident of their hometown who might have information about the mysterious figure. They arranged to meet him at a local diner, the kind that had remained unchanged over the years, an echo of the past they were trying to uncover. As they entered the diner, the familiar smell of greasy food and coffee enveloped them. Lucy's heart raced as they approached the booth where the man sat. His weathered face told stories of time, and his eyes held a glimmer of recognition as he looked at Lucy. "Are you Lucy?" he asked, his voice raspy and low. "Yes," she replied, her throat dry. "I've been waiting for you. I know who he is." The moment hung in the air, heavy with unspoken words and the weight of the past. Lucy's heart pounded in her chest as she leaned closer, anticipation and dread mingling within her. "His name is Mark," the man said, "and he was there that night." The revelation hung between them like a specter, sending shivers down Lucy's spine. "What happened?" she demanded, desperate for answers. The man's gaze flickered to Sarah, who sat beside Lucy, her eyes wide with concern. It's a long story, but it's not just about the fire. It's about what happened afterward, the secrets that were kept. Lucy felt the walls of her carefully constructed reality begin to crumble. The voice in her head grew quiet, replaced by a sense of urgency. She needed to know the truth, no matter how painful it might be. As the man began to recount the events of that fateful night, Lucy felt as though she was stepping into a world she had long forgotten, a world filled with secrets and shadows that threatened to consume her once more. The journey was far from over, but with every revelation, she felt herself inching closer to liberation. The voice may have known her secrets, but it was time to confront the darkness that had taken root in her soul. "Who are you really?" she thought, wrestling with the voice as it lingered in the back of her mind. But she was determined not to let it define her. She would uncover the truth, reclaim her narrative, and finally silence the whispers that had haunted her for so long. "Let's go," she said to Sarah, her heart set on confronting the shadows of her past, knowing that only by facing them could she truly find her freedom. And with that, they left the diner, the weight of the man's revelations heavy in their hearts, but the promise of healing shimmering just beyond the horizon. The chill of the evening air wrapped around Lucy and Sarah as they left the diner, their minds racing with the information they had just uncovered. The mention of Mark had ignited a flicker of recognition deep within Lucy, stirring memories she thought she had buried for good. The revelation that he had been there that night brought an urgency to their quest. This was no longer just an investigation. It was a confrontation with her own demons. In the days that followed, Lucy and Sarah delved deeper into the past. They scoured old newspaper articles, combing through local archives that detailed the fire that had changed everything. Each piece of information felt like a puzzle piece slowly coming together, forming a picture that was both familiar and terrifying. As they pored over the material, Lucy found herself lost in thoughts of that night. Flashes of heat and chaos, the frantic screams, and the darkness that had engulfed everything. What if Mark holds the key to my memories, she wondered. What if he knows the truth? Lucy's determination grew stronger as she decided to confront Mark directly. They had arranged to meet him at a park near the lake where they had spent so many summers together. It was a place that once held laughter and joy, now shrouded in the weight of the past. As she approached the park, the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue across the water. Lucy felt a mix of apprehension and anticipation. What would Mark reveal? Would it lead to healing or more pain? "Are you ready?" Sarah asked, her eyes scanning the area. Lucy nodded, her heart pounding. "Let's do this." They spotted Mark sitting on a bench, his figure outlined against the shimmering water. He looked up as they approached, and Lucy felt a rush of emotions: anger, fear, and a flicker of hope. "Lucy," he greeted, his voice steady but lacking warmth. "I didn't expect to see you here. I need to know what happened that night," Lucy stated, her voice firm. "You were there. You must remember something." Mark's expression shifted, a shadow crossing his features. "It's not easy to talk about, Lucy. There are things that should remain buried. But I need to understand," Lucy pressed, her desperation spilling over. "I can't keep living in this fog of confusion." With a sigh, Mark leaned back, contemplating. "That night was chaotic. There was a lot of blame thrown around. But there's one thing you should know. It wasn't just an accident." Lucy felt a jolt of energy surge through her. "What do you mean?" "People were hiding secrets, Lucy. Secrets that tied us all together." Mark continued, his voice low. "I saw things, heard things. Things that made me realize the fire wasn't just a tragedy. It was a consequence of choices made by those we trusted." "What choices?" Lucy urged, her heart racing. Mark hesitated, looking over his shoulder as if expecting someone to appear from the shadows. "I can't share everything right now. It's dangerous. But I can tell you that someone wanted to silence the truth." Lucy's mind raced as she processed his words. Silence the truth? About what? About a deal gone wrong. A promise that should have never been made. Mark replied, his gaze drifting to the water. It was about more than just the fire. It involved people we knew, friends, family, betrayal. The implications of his words hung heavy in the air, and Lucy felt a wave of nausea wash over her. You're saying someone caused the fire? Intentionally? Mark nodded slowly. And they covered it up. You've been living with the remnants of that night, Lucy. It's time you face it. Fear clutched at Lucy's heart, but deep down, a spark of determination ignited. I won't let fear hold me back anymore. I need to know everything. As Mark began to share what he knew, Lucy felt the pieces of her life falling into place. He spoke of whispered conversations, the tension between friends, and the choices that had led to that catastrophic night. Each revelation felt like a wound being opened, raw and painful, yet necessary for her healing. Days turned into weeks as Lucy and Sarah worked alongside Mark, piecing together the fragmented history that had shaped their lives. They tracked down old friends, reaching out to those who had been part of that summer, seeking their insights and experiences. Every conversation was a revelation, each person shedding light on the darkness that had clouded Lucy's memory. Some spoke of a rift that had formed between their group, a division that had been masked by laughter and camaraderie, but had slowly festered beneath the surface. Do you think it's possible to reconcile with the past? Lucy asked Sarah one evening as they sat in her living room, sifting through old photographs. Can I truly move on? Sarah looked up, her expression thoughtful. I think it's about facing it, acknowledging what happened, and forgiving yourself, even if it means facing uncomfortable truths. Lucy nodded, feeling the weight of her friend's words. She had spent years running from her past, but perhaps it was time to confront it head-on. As they continued their investigation, they stumbled upon a name that sent shivers down Lucy's spine: Jenna. Jenna had been one of their closest friends, a vibrant spirit who had seemingly vanished after the fire. Lucy's heart ached with memories of laughter and friendship that had been silenced by tragedy. Where is she now? Lucy asked, urgency creeping into her voice. I don't know, but we need to find out, Sarah replied, determination flickering in her eyes. She might hold answers that were missing. The search for Jenna led them down a winding path of old connections and broken relationships. They discovered that Jenna had moved away shortly after the incident, choosing to distance herself from the memories that haunted her. With each lead they pursued, Lucy felt the pieces of her heart being stitched back together, but also torn apart. The truth was revealing itself in fragments, each discovery both painful and liberating. One evening, as Lucy sat alone, she found herself gazing at the old photograph of their group by the lake. It had once been a symbol of joy, but now it felt like a reminder of everything lost. She picked up her journal, determined to document her feelings. I can't keep living in the shadows of my past, she wrote. I will confront the pain and seek the truth, no matter how terrifying it may be. The voice in her head began to stir again, but this time, it was different. You're stronger than you realize, it whispered. You have the power to rewrite your story. As the days turned into nights, Lucy found herself caught in a whirlwind of emotions. The investigations were both exhausting and invigorating, each step drawing her closer to the truth and further away from the fears that had haunted her for so long. Finally, they received a breakthrough. A friend from Jenna's past reached out, revealing that she had returned to town for a brief visit. The news ignited a fire within Lucy. This was her chance to confront the past and seek the closure she so desperately needed. Are you ready for this? Sarah asked, her eyes filled with concern as they prepared to meet Jenna. I don't know, Lucy admitted, her heart racing, but I have to try. They agreed to meet at a small cafe, a place filled with memories of laughter and joy, now tinged with the weight of unresolved pain. As they entered, Lucy felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. Would Jenna be the key to unlocking the last secrets of that fateful night? As they settled into a booth, Lucy's heart raced. The door swung open, and Jenna stepped inside. Time had changed her, but the essence of the girl Lucy once knew remained. Lucy. Jenna's voice was tentative, filled with uncertainty. Jenna, Lucy replied, emotions flooding her. It's been a long time. Jenna hesitated, then approached their table. I didn't know if I should come after everything that happened. Lucy swallowed hard, feeling the weight of unspoken words in the air. We need to talk about that night. About everything. As they began to share their stories, the layers of their past began to unravel. The air was thick with unspoken pain, and Lucy felt the presence of the voice within her growing quieter, urging her on. "Tell me what you remember," Lucy prompted, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. And as Jenna began to speak, the truth of that night emerged from the shadows, bringing with it the promise of healing and the possibility of redemption. With each word, Lucy felt the power of their shared history binding them together as they stepped into the light, determined to confront the darkness once and for all. "Are you ready to face it together?" Lucy thought, glancing at Sarah, who nodded in encouragement. This was their moment, a chance to reclaim their narrative and step out of the shadows, guided by the truth that awaited them. As the night unfolded, Lucy knew that they were finally on the path toward healing, and she was no longer alone in her struggle. The journey was far from over, but with each passing moment, she felt the chains of her past beginning to loosen, revealing the freedom that awaited on the other side. "Let's uncover the truth," she thought, a newfound determination blossoming within her heart. "And let the healing begin." The air was thick with anticipation as Lucy, Sarah, and Jenna sat across from one another in the small cafe, their emotions mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. The weight of the past pressed down on them, but in this moment, it felt as though they were on the cusp of something transformative. "Thank you for coming, Jenna," Lucy began, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her stomach. "It's been so long since we talked about that night. There are so many questions, and so much we need to understand." Jenna looked at Lucy, her expression a mix of apprehension and relief. "I've avoided thinking about it for so long. I didn't know how to face it, but I realize now that I can't run from it anymore." The conversation unfolded slowly at first, with Jenna recounting her fragmented memories of the fire that had shattered their lives. "I remember the chaos, the screams, it all happened so fast. I was terrified, Lucy. I ran, and I thought everyone else was safe. But I never knew." Her voice faltered, and tears shimmered in her eyes. "I never knew how many were hurt, or what really happened." Lucy reached across the table, her heart aching for her friend. "You were just a kid, Jenna. We all were. But it's time we stop hiding from the truth. Mark mentioned something about secrets, about choices that were made. Do you know anything about that?" Jenna's gaze dropped to the table, her fingers tracing the rim of her coffee cup. There were whispers among the adults. I heard them talking about a deal, a plan to save the property, to make money. They thought the fire would be a way to cover it up, to erase their mistakes. Lucy felt a chill run down her spine. "You mean it was intentional?" "I don't know for sure, but the way they talked, it felt like they were willing to sacrifice everything for their ambitions." Jenna's voice trembled. "I wanted to believe it was an accident. It was easier to live with." Lucy glanced at Sarah, who looked equally disturbed. "If that's true, then there are people who need to be held accountable," Sarah said, her tone resolute. "We can't let this go. We need to find out who was involved." As the three women exchanged glances, the gravity of their mission settled in. They were stepping into a web of lies and betrayal, but they were no longer alone. Together, they would confront the shadows that had haunted them for far too long. With renewed determination, they decided to dig deeper. Jenna recalled the names of some of the adults who had been part of those conversations. "I think we should start with Mr. Thompson," she suggested, referencing the former town council member who had been a key figure in the community. He was heavily involved in the development plans. Lucy nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. "What about the others? The ones who were there that night?" "Many left town after the fire," Jenna said. "But I remember hearing rumors that a few stuck around. They might still know more." As they discussed their next steps, Lucy felt a surge of courage. "We need to approach this like detectives. We'll find the truth, no matter how deep we have to dig." They spent the following days compiling their findings, tracking down individuals who had lived in the area at the time of the fire. The research consumed them, and every conversation revealed new layers of the story. Each person they spoke to had a different perspective, a different piece of the puzzle. With each revelation, Lucy felt her resolve strengthen. She could no longer be a passive participant in her own story. The voice in her head had transformed from a whisper of fear to a rallying cry for justice. "You are not a victim," it urged her. "You are a force for change." Eventually, they managed to secure a meeting with Mr. Thompson. They found him at a local community center, where he spent his time organizing events and fundraisers. The facade of respectability seemed at odds with the whispers of his past. As they entered his office, the atmosphere shifted. Mr. Thompson's eyes narrowed, a flicker of recognition passing over his face. "What can I do for you ladies?" he asked, his tone cool and guarded. "Mr. Thompson, we're here to talk about the fire," Lucy said, her voice steady despite the pounding of her heart. "We need to know what you knew about it." He leaned back in his chair, a smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. "That was a long time ago. I don't see how it concerns you now." "It concerns us because it changed our lives," Sarah interjected, her voice sharp. "We've heard rumors that the fire was planned, that it wasn't an accident." At this, Mr. Thompson's demeanor shifted slightly. "Rumors can be dangerous, you know? People love to twist stories to fit their narratives. But they're not just stories," Lucy pressed, her voice rising. "People lost their lives that night. We deserve to know the truth. Sometimes the truth is best left buried," he replied, a warning laced in his tone. Lucy felt a rush of adrenaline. "You think hiding it will make it go away? We're not here to threaten you. We want answers. The people deserve justice." Mr. Thompson's eyes darkened, and for a moment, Lucy saw a flicker of fear behind his bravado. "You don't know what you're getting into," he warned, his voice low and menacing. "Some things are better left alone." As they left his office, a chill settled over Lucy. "What do you think he meant by that?" she asked Sarah. "I think he knows more than he's letting on," Sarah replied, her brow furrowed. "And I don't think he's the only one." The tension hung thick in the air as they continued their investigation, feeling as if they were peeling back the layers of a long-hidden secret. Each conversation brought them closer to the truth, but it also revealed the danger lurking in the shadows. Days turned into weeks as they navigated the labyrinth of secrets that surrounded the fire. They uncovered documents, spoke to witnesses, and pieced together a timeline of events. But with each piece of the puzzle, Lucy felt a growing sense of unease. One evening, as they gathered in Lucy's living room to discuss their findings, a loud knock on the door startled them. Lucy exchanged nervous glances with Sarah and Jenna before slowly making her way to the door. Peering through the peephole, her heart raced as she recognized the silhouette. It was Mark. "What's he doing here?" she wondered, feeling a mix of dread and curiosity. Taking a deep breath, she opened the door. "Mark, what are you doing here?" He stepped inside, his face pale and drawn. "We need to talk. It's about the investigation." "What is it?" Lucy asked, sensing the urgency in his tone. "I overheard something that could change everything," he said, glancing around as if fearing eavesdroppers. "I think someone is onto you." Lucy's heart sank. "What do you mean?" "I heard two men talking at the bar. They mentioned your names, and it sounded like they were planning something bad," Mark said, his voice shaking. "Planning what?" Sarah interjected, her eyes wide with concern. "They were talking about how you girls were digging too deep. They were discussing a way to make sure you stop. Permanently," Mark warned. Panic surged through Lucy, but it was quickly replaced by resolve. "We can't let fear dictate our actions. We have to continue," she said firmly. "We're so close to uncovering the truth." Mark looked at her, concern etched across his features. "Lucy, this is serious. You don't know what they're capable of." "Then we'll be careful," Lucy replied. "But we can't back down now." As the weight of the situation settled over them, the voice in Lucy's head echoed with newfound clarity. "You are stronger than this," it urged. "You have the power to fight back." In the days that followed, Lucy, Sarah, and Jenna increased their vigilance. They took precautions, sharing information only in safe places and avoiding unnecessary risks. Their investigation continued, but with a heightened sense of urgency. Finally, they received a breakthrough when they managed to track down a former firefighter who had been at the scene that night. "He might know something," Jenna said, her eyes shining with hope. "He was one of the first responders." As they arranged to meet him, Lucy felt a mixture of excitement and fear. This could be the key to everything. They met him at a local diner, and as they sat down, the air was charged with anticipation. "Thanks for meeting us," Lucy said, trying to keep her voice steady. "We want to know about the fire. What really happened that night?" The firefighter looked around nervously, leaning in closer. I don't know how much I can share, but there were strange things about that night. The way the fire spread, it didn't make sense. It was almost as if it was planned. Planned? Sarah echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, there were certain areas that burned hotter, faster. It didn't follow the natural spread of a fire. I always wondered if someone had set it, he replied, his brow furrowing. But I didn't have proof. Lucy's heart raced as she absorbed his words. Do you think there are others who know what happened? I'm sure of it, he said, but many of them have moved on. They don't want to get involved. It's too dangerous. Dangerous? Jenna asked, her voice trembling. What do you mean? The people who are involved, they have connections. They protect their own, he warned. If you're digging too deep, you might end up in over your heads. A chill ran through Lucy as the weight of his words settled in. They were on the brink of something monumental, but the risks were greater than they had imagined. Thank you for your honesty, Lucy said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside. We'll be careful. As they left the diner, the sense of urgency intensified. They were stepping into a world filled with shadows, but Lucy felt a growing conviction. The truth was worth fighting for, no matter the cost. That night, as Lucy lay in bed, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The darkness outside seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and the shadows in her room felt more oppressive than ever. But deep down, she knew she couldn't turn back. The voice that had been guiding her was no longer just a whisper. It was a battle cry. Tomorrow, we'll take the next step, she promised herself, her resolve firm. We'll uncover the truth, no matter what. With that thought, she drifted into a restless sleep, unaware of the dangers that lurked just beyond her door. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, casting soft beams of light across Lucy's room. She awoke feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety, the events of the previous day swirling in her mind like a tempest. The conversation with the former firefighter had ignited a fire within her, a determination to confront the shadows of her past. After a quick breakfast, she met Sarah and Jenna at their usual cafe. They huddled around a table in the corner, their voices low as they discussed their next steps. I think we should revisit the site of the old building, Sarah suggested, her eyes bright with purpose. Maybe we can find something that was overlooked, something that can help us understand what really happened. Lucy nodded, feeling a surge of agreement. We should be cautious, though. The place might hold more than just memories. If there's a chance someone is watching us, then we'll be smart about it, Jenna chimed in. We'll go during the day, and we'll keep an eye out for anything unusual. The plan solidified. The three friends prepared to head to the site of the fire. As they drove through the familiar streets of their childhood, Lucy felt a mix of nostalgia and trepidation. The memories of that night lingered like ghosts, and the weight of the past settled heavily on her shoulders. When they arrived at the charred remains of the building, a sense of unease washed over them. The site was eerily silent, save for the rustle of leaves and the gentle breeze. Lucy stepped out of the car, her heart pounding in her chest as she surveyed the devastation. What had once been a place filled with laughter and life was now a haunting reminder of their shared trauma. Let's split up and look for anything that might stand out, Lucy suggested, her voice steady. We can cover more ground that way. As they fanned out, Lucy felt a strange pull toward the remnants of the foundation. She knelt down, brushing away debris, her fingers trembling with the weight of the moment. The earth felt cool beneath her touch, and the silence around her deepened, as if the very ground was holding its breath. Suddenly, she noticed something glinting in the dirt. Curiosity piqued. She carefully unearthed it, a small, tarnished locket. It was old, intricately designed, and despite its tarnished surface, it seemed to hold a story of its own. Hey guys, come over here, she called, her voice echoing in the stillness. Jenna and Sarah rushed over, their eyes widening as Lucy held up the locket. Look what I found, she said, excitement bubbling within her. It's a locket. I wonder if it belonged to someone who lived here. As they examined it closely, Sarah's eyes narrowed. There's something inside, she observed, gingerly prying it open. Inside was a faded photograph of a woman, her face serene yet haunting. Lucy felt an inexplicable connection to the image, as if the woman was silently pleading for them to uncover the truth. Who was she? Jenna mused, her brow furrowed. Do you think she was connected to the fire? I don't know, but we need to find out, Lucy replied, a sense of urgency igniting within her. This could be a lead. The three friends decided to head to the local library, hoping to find records or news articles that could shed light on the mystery of the locket. The library was a familiar haunt from their childhood, filled with the scent of old books and the faint whispers of history. As they searched through archives, they stumbled upon articles about the fire, detailing its aftermath and the impact it had on the community. But as they dug deeper, they found something that made their blood run cold. A mention of a woman who had lived in the building before it burned. Her name was Clara Winters, and she had mysteriously disappeared shortly before the fire. Look at this, Jenna pointed out, her finger trembling as she read aloud. Clara Winters was last seen days before the fire. There were whispers about her mental state, rumors that she had been talking to someone or something. Lucy felt a shiver run down her spine. Do you think she could have known what was going to happen? Maybe she knew too much, Sarah suggested, her eyes wide. What if someone wanted to silence her? The pieces began to fit together in Lucy's mind. Clara was a victim, just like them, lost in the chaos of a tragedy that still haunted their lives. We have to find out what happened to her, Lucy said, her voice steady with determination. As they gathered their findings, a feeling of urgency enveloped them. They had stumbled upon a thread that could unravel a tapestry of dark secrets. But as the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the library, Lucy felt a growing sense of dread. Do you think someone is watching us? She whispered, glancing around the empty aisles. I don't know, but we should be careful, Jenna replied, her voice tinged with concern. The atmosphere in the library shifted, the silence growing oppressive as they left. With the locket clutched tightly in Lucy's hand, she felt the weight of Clara's story pressing down on her. The past was not done with them yet. That night, as Lucy lay in bed, her mind raced with thoughts of Clara and the mysteries that surrounded her. The voice in her head seemed to hum with anticipation, urging her to continue the quest for truth. But just as sleep began to wash over her, a sudden sound jolted her awake, a faint tapping coming from her window. Heart pounding, she turned to see a shadow moving just beyond the glass. Who's there? She called out, her voice shaking. But there was no response, only the chilling silence of the night. As she peered into the darkness, Lucy felt a surge of fear and determination. The truth was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to be uncovered. Don't forget to subscribe in the channel and like the video for more contents.